Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Raceway at Western Fair District, London, Ontario's half-mile harness racing action. Welcome to our Tuesday. A little late getting underway this evening. We're swamped a bit with some late changes, and you know what? Maneuvering, ticket structures, selections. There was some work to do prior to starting up with our broadcast this evening. So again, a number of late changes just came in the late going here, and I've got them. We're going to update you right now with program changes for this evening's race card. 5 minutes to post time, race one. The changes. Here we go. You can scratch horses from the opener 1, 5, 7, and 8. 1, 5, 7, and 8, all scratching from the opener. There are lines: Northern Belle, London, March 31st, 3rd and 2 minutes 1/5. Kempenfelt, April 1st, Flamborough, finishing 7th to 3 and 3. Scottish Mock, March 31st, London, finishing 8th, 2 minutes 4/5. So again, a number of scratches in the opener, reduced to a field of 4. Race number 2. Driver change for the 1, Ace 44 DD, make it Dan Clements. And number 2, Dear Birdie, switching to blinkers. Still a number of changes to come. Race 3 is clear. 4th race. In race number 4, scratch the 3, My Mini Miracle. Scratch the 5, Relevant. Number 4, Steel Reserve, driver TBA. Race 5, early high five opportunity. It's a scratch of number 2, Kelsey. Scratch number 2 from the 5th. Scratches continue in race number 6. Scratch the 2, 5, and 8. Again, many of these scratches coming in late this evening, just prior to our broadcast starting up. Scratching 2, 5, and 8 from race 6. The 7th race, scratch the 4, Bump in the Road, driver TBA. For the 8, a line for the 1, Have a Connection, April 1st, Flamborough, 3rd best in 2, 2, and 3. The 7, Big Bad Jen, March 31st in London, a winner in 59 and 1. Race 8, scratch the 4, Hot Fudge Sunday, driver TBA for number 3 in race 8. 9th race. Race number 9 is clear, and our 10th and final high five finale in race number 10. Driver TBA for the 6, Lucky Rascal, and scratch number 7, AJ Titan. That's what I have thus far for this evening's 10-race program. A very short break, coming back with Robert Reed Jr. for some early pick 5 ticket suggestions. Hi, welcome back to the show, everyone. You're watching the Raceway at Western Fair District. Sugar Doyle with you from the eye in the London sky, setting up the Tuesday evening action. We've got Robert Reed Jr. Joining us for the early part of tonight's show. He's going to be with us for the commentary throughout the night, providing ticket ideas, selections as well. And Robert, many late changes coming in here just prior to our broadcast, so we had to on the fly switch up some ticket ideas, switch up some selections. So bear with us, right, Robert? I think I went the right way for you when adjusting your tickets, but we'll get to the early pick 5 ticket ideas right now for race number 1 of 10. Let's take a look at what I've come up with following some late changes that come in just prior to going up on our broadcast live. Post parade, of course, for race number 1 of 10 will come up very soon. We're going to get a look at some pick 5 ticket ideas then. So here we go, Robert. Opening leg, race number 1, an 8-horse field, scratched down to a field of 4. Now, anytime I've seen this kind of action where the field gets cut in half, might as well hit that all button for me. Any one of 4 then to start things up. Race number 2, it's the 4, Nadia Sealster, the 5, Sky Velocity. I'll go to Noses on Gate. I'm going to single number 8, Marvin Hagler. He's my best bet selection on tonight's card. Leaving from the trailing spot in the 3rd, Paul McKenzie on 8, Marvin Hagler, the single for me. Then we're going to go deep in the 4th and 5th legs of this pick 5 play. We're on the trot for the 4th using 1, 4, 6, 7, 5 deep, deepest of all. In the 5th and final leg of the pick 5, Robert, I did make a few changes to your early pick 5 ticket. We're gonna get you're gonna get the first look at it. I hope I've done well for you, but I'll leave you with it here.
Okay, I appreciate it, Sugar. Listen, always tough, right? When we get these late scratches, you got to make adjustments to the fly. I appreciate your help with that.
Sure.
2-3 for me in the opener. I think, again, 4-horse field, folks. I mean, you can certainly spread it, take it all like Sugar did. I think those are the 2 that will likely decide it still, though. 3, 4 in race 2 for me. You've got to have Nadia Sealster in your ticket. I thought that she raced fantastic last time. What's the trip going to be today? Tricks After Dark, kind of intriguing for me in there. 8-1 morning line might be some value in the multi-leg wager. 3, 5, and 8 for me. In race number 3, Marvin Hagler, the one that I think does kind of lay over them, but trailing post. So we've seen that wreak havoc before. Finishing off with a single, the 4, Seal Reserve, and a single of the 3, Hurricane Miss Rodine. But Sugar, they're on the track.
Yeah, it doesn't leave us a lot of time. Didn't leave us a lot of time with the late scratches coming in, but I think we've got it right for these early pick 5 ticket ideas. Best of luck playing along. Horses are on track, post parading for race number 1 of 10. Just a reduced field of 4 now with the late scratches coming in here. Reduced down to a field of 4. And we'll get a look at the field on post parade here. Now leaving from the rail, the speed threat is number 2, a Northern Belle, Totterboard driving for Larry Curry. The trainer's Doug Curry. It's 2-1 currently, a second choice with these. Number 3, Stargazing Cruiser gets the heavy action here. Travis Henry on board for Daryl Curry. It's another one for trainer Doug Curry. Doug Curry has half the field here now in the opener. Number 4 is Kempen Felt. For Leanne Davidson, trainer Daryl Laver, Brett McDonald on board. And the outside starter, leaving from post 4 now, Scottish Mock, farthest out on the wings here for owner Dan Mead, the trainer's Rob Doyle, and the driver Ryan DeRoche. There you have it. Those are your 4 starters in the opener. Exactor, Try, a Superfecta. I'm going to double check on that. I believe the Superfecta is still on this. Daily Double. And again, the popular pick 5 play right here. Okay, Robert Reed Jr. with us. The Tuesday night special. He is back, and we are looking at what has become a top selection for most everybody here. Number 3, Stargazing Cruiser, currently a 1-5 choice, and possibly a key for many in the opening leg of the pick 5. But you know what, Robert? With a field of 4, nothing wrong with just slamming that all button in the opener. Nothing's ever a gimme, especially in a $7,000 claiming event.
It's true, and I mean, like we always talk about, when a field shortens up like this, Sugar, it becomes a driver's race,
Yep.
right? It really does, because
Yeah.
it's a four-horse field, and we don't see a lot of action in these ones. Now at the
hmm
raceway, we
Right.
might see them race here, right? It's, I mean, we're famous for it here, so
hmm
we
hmm
might still see it happen here in a four-horse dash. But I thought Stargate Cruiser now becomes the one you kind of have to go to. I had her picked second before, behind the 5 Century Georgia,
hmm
but I do think that Stargate Cruiser now is one, a versatile type. Usually, my biggest concern with this one is she might be too far out of it. She might not get the right trip. In a
hmm
four-horse field, you don't really have to worry about that, right?
Sure.
That's why she's getting hammered at 1-5 right now.
Yep.
I think people don't have that fear with her, and they're just kind of, betting her with both hands. And I think she's very logical to start it off here. I'm going to use the 2 Northern Belle as well, but I do understand why she's taking the support that she is right now.
Right on. A $10,000 guaranteed pool, of course, here. The pick 5, always a go-to wager. You mentioned when reduced to a field of 4 in harness racing, maybe not a whole lot of action. Tell you what, Robert, years ago, we're going to go back over 10 years ago now, Northlands Park in Edmonton. We had a shortened up field of open pacers, the top class pacers in Alberta, a shortened up field of 4. And you know what? They parked through the opening quarter. We had one in there going first up for a long ways. And the mile was very quick for Northlands Park that time of year as well. I think they got there in 52 or what have you. But you know what? A 4-horse field, not always do they sit single file and, not a whole lot of movement. So it'll be interesting to see what transpires here in our opener. I was just checking on wagering opportunities here in the opener. And yes, indeed, there is still a superfecta play on this field of 4 if you care to go that route in the opener. Again, we do feature the Exactor, Try, Superfecta, Daily Double, the popular pick 5, and Win Play Show wagering all involved here as well. So there you have it, the wagering menu on this reduced field as we go less than a minute. Northern Belle inherits the rail. Leading driver Tyler Borth with the call. Tyler had a pretty solid week. I expected him to have a big Tuesday or a Friday night, Robert. I had him pegged to win 6 times. He got there once. But you know what? It's never as easy as it looks on paper sometimes.
No, it isn't. And I mean, he obviously usually gets a nice lineup, right? You're
Right.
the top guy. You're going to get that nice lineup. But sometimes it doesn't all work out as you planned for. But at Northern Belle here, she shouldn't just inherit the rail. She should inherit the lead. When you look at this field, I think she's going to be on top in a heartbeat.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't imagine he wants to go anywhere but just all the way on the engine here. And I mean, she's a threat to do that, right? She kind
Sure
of
can.
swells up when she gets left alone in the lead. And look at that. Just like that, she switches to the 1-5 favorite.
Wow.
Again, it's interesting because I thought Stargazing Cruiser would still take that support.
Yeah.
But Northern Belle has the ability to take these gate to wire, and I think that's why the money's coming for her now.
That is what you call late action, right? 1-5 here as the gate moves.
That's crazy. Yeah, that came in pretty quick. She went like 5-2, 1-5, almost in a click.
Crazy times in London. Here we go. It's the first of 10. Going in behind the gate, we got Northern Belle, Tyler Borth, Stargazing Cruiser, Travis Henry, Kempin Felt, Brett McDonald, Scottish Mock, Ryan DeRoche. 1/8 of a mile from the start. Again, the heavy late action came in on 2. Northern Belle. Right now, she's 2-5. Here they come. Off and pacing. Northern Belle inherited the rail. She has inherited the early lead. Sliding into second, Kempin Phelps, Stargazing Cruiser, was the favorite all along. And she just re-inherits a favorite status here at 1-2 as they come out of the opening turn. Stargazing Cruiser being roused up here in the early going. She's going to try to rush and brush to the lead. She's got it now just prior to the quarter mile. Stargazing Cruiser setting the table here. 29-2 is the quarter mile speed for Stargazing Cruiser. Second best, Northern Belle. It's Kempin Felt to watch from third and treading the field, but only about 4.5 lengths off the lead. That is Scottish Mock. Longest shot on the board. Eyes them up from fourth. Down in front of us they travel. They're going to be single file on this half-mile approach. Stargazing Cruiser now widens her leading margin to 3 full lengths. Stargazing Cruiser tugging on Travis Henry. She was over the half in a minute. 3/5. Nice breather for the leader of 31-1, Stargazing Cruiser. This 10-year-old daughter of Yankee Cruiser with 3/8 left to go, closing up the gap again in second, Northern Belle. There goes Kempenfelt. Right line from third. She's gunning on for second. Will be taking aim at the leader. The pace, it's quickening. Down by 3/4. We've got Stargazing Cruiser. We've got Kempenfelt getting involved. Kempenfelt is shoving ahead in front here. Kempenfelt at 8-1, giving fits to the favorite. Scottish Mock, longest shot on the board. A contender here with 1/8 of a mile left to go. Any one of 4, right? Show him if you got him time. Stargazing Cruiser back on. Room at the inn for Northern Belle. Scottish Mock and a 4 across. Wild finish in the opener is going to go to... Oh, it's close. Scottish Mock at 16-1 or Stargazing Cruiser at 1-2. The field of 4 puts on a show for a win photo. Four across finish here in the opener. We had 3 Stargazing Cruiser. We had 6 Scottish Mock in a win photo. The photo did go to the favorite. Stargazing Cruiser just holding on over the longest shot. Scottish Mock 3, 6, 2, and 4. It's unofficial. Still a great race there for that reduced field of 4 in the opener, and the favorite comes through. Stargazing Cruiser, 10-year-old daughter of Yankee Cruiser on top. She's out of Megastar by 4 Stars Shark for owner Daryl Curry of LaSalle. Doug Curry training. Travis Henry on for this victory. Stargazing Cruiser took control at the quarter mile and holds on to win. 2 minutes, 4/5. 21st career victory. She's off the snide this season. First victory of 2023. Congratulations. Race number 1, it's official. The 1 was scratched. Northern Belle third. Stargazing Cruiser won it. Kempenfelt fourth. The 5 had scratched. Scottish Mock just missed, finishing second. The 7 and 8 had both scratched. 29-2, minute 3/5, 1:30-3. The mile of 2 minutes 4/5. Stargazing Cruiser, her first victory of 2023. Top down a scratch 3-1, 4 scratch 2, and a pair of scratches on the bottom. We are on a fast and dry track tonight for 9 more races. Just 5 minutes wagering time on race number 2. Dan Clements will be driving number 1, Ace 44 DD. It's the career debut for that 4-year-old daughter of Dally. Blinkers go on number 2, Dare Birdie. here in the second. 8-horse field comes up for the Exactor Tri Super, the early pick 4 opportunity, $7,500 guaranteed pool, low take, of course. And again, 5 minutes to think about it.
Stargazing Cruiser getting it done in the opener as the 1-2 favorite. And once again, proves that we race here at the Raceway. 4-horse field, Sugar, but action early on and certainly action late. I mean, that was very tight on the wire. We almost had a huge upset. Your all ticket would have looked like the smartest move in the building if that one comes down.
Would have been all right. Hey, it was too close to call on my end, and you know what? It did bring back memories of that 4-horse field that I called years ago in Edmonton. You know, they raced it from start to finish. You had all 4 in with a great shot with the 16th left to go, and that's the way we like to see it when we do get scratched down to a field of 4 here in London. So wonderful job, horse people, on a wonderful opener for that reduced field. Race number 2 will be starting up the early pick 4, another guaranteed pool to chase after, low take, of course. We're going to use 4 of them here in the opening leg of the pick 4. Nadia Seelster, this is a nice filly for Rankin. Sky Velocity sitting on a win coming in. I went outside to 7 Waxman, worth a look. And then the trailing spot for Big Money Miss, sub 2-minute speed in her latest over London. Those are the 4 I'm going to back in race number 2. I'm going to single up, remaining with my single. Number 8, Marvin Hagler, getting the class relief. A tough post, but this is a very honest trotter. He's showing 58 speed in his last 2 over London. Not a whole lot of them in there showing that kind of speed here in the Forest City of Ontario. 4 deep in race 4, deepest of all in race number 5, and Robert Reed Jr., your best look at an early pick 4. Let's see it.
We're going to keep it tight again. This ticket's just $1.20, Sugar, for a 20-cent ticket.
Play it for a buck.
Yeah, well, we're going to definitely play it for maybe even $5 or $10. But for me, the 4 Nadia Seelster was almost a single in the opening leg.
Sure.
The thing I didn't like about last time was she raced very greenly. Even though she made up a lot of ground, it was kind of, green in the early going. So I don't know if I want to be married to that one. Just After Dark, the 3 kind of looks intriguing to me, especially at 14-1. I like the way Kyle Boston's horses have been racing as of late. And the qualifier I thought wasn't too bad, the latest one at Mohawk Park. So we'll give that one a whirl on the ticket as well. Race 3, the 3, 5, and 8. I think that kind of covers the main contenders in there. Willie Aroni post 7. That's going to certainly hinder his chances. Marvin Hagler, the one to beat. Trailing Post kind of concerned me a little bit, so I wanted to have a couple other horses that might provide some value.
Mm-hmm.
Race 4, just the Forest Steel Reserve for me. I thought that he's been racing absolutely fantastic. Those 2 victories have been as easy as pie.
Mm-hmm.
I think he comes right back to triple up tonight against similar company. And then in race 5, I'm going to single up on the 3, Hurricane Miss Rodine. We kind of had the nugget last time that this one was likely needed a start. The effort was a good one. Now with that one under her belt and getting away from the likes of Oguda, I think that now we'll see something closer to this one's best, and I think her best would beat that field with ease. So I'm good to single the 3 there and really tighten up and play a short ticket.
Right on. Nice job there. How about the look of the 4-horse finish? A half length separating all 4. So wonderful to see there. That Hurricane Miss Rodine, I've got her pegged to be a top player in there as well. Now, here's the thing with the Nuggets. Nuggets have been light the last few days here, and these Nuggets provided by yours truly here. So in the second race, the 5, Sky Velocity, knocking on the door in recent starts, an early speed factor that looks ready to pop. You're going to get a 4-1 value here. There are more Nuggets on our website provided by trainer Francis Guillemette, who's starting, I believe, 4 horses tonight in London, 3 or 4 horses. So again, if you want to find those Nuggets from trainer Francis Guillemette, visit our website, westernfairdistrict.com/raceway. Go to our race day events page where you'll find your free programs, selections, the live video feed, and the Nuggets are down at the bottom of the screen. Just scroll down for the Tuesday Nuggets, and here we go. Horses just like that on a post parade for race number 2, opening leg. Up an early pick 4, number 1, Ace 44 DD, making her career debut for Colin Densley Burrows. And Nick Stewart trains. Dan Clements in the sulky. Dear Birdie, the 2. It's Catherine and Darcy McClure sharing ownership. Darcy trains. Toddler Board driving to Dear Birdie. The blinkers go on. Number 3, Tricks After Dark. This one for owner-trainer Kyle Bossens of Arthur, Ontario. Jason Ryan in the bike. Strong combo here in London. Ryan and Bossens. Current favorite, number 4, Nadia Sealster. It's owned, trained, and driven by Don Rankin Jr., Melissa Gambling, sharing ownership. 4-5 right now for Nadia Sealster, the daughter of All Bets Off. Paul McKenzie stays on board the 5, Sky Velocity. It's Gary MacDonald owning and training. Another first-time starter here at a post 6. It's going to be Greystone Cheeto for Gene Caddy, along with Alana and Dylan Ballore. Brent Ballore trains. Lauren House in the sulky. Outside chance for the 7, Waxman. John McMillan owns. Rob Doyle trains. Tonight, Garrett Rooney. Garrett Rooney staying on. And then the 8, Big Money Miss, Luke Lawyer. The owner-trainer, Brett McDonald, goes back on board for the drive. Those are your 8 pacers then. Pretty much a field of maidens. Yes, indeed, all maiden. Fillies and mares on the pace for race number 2 of 10. Exact or try. Superfecta, it's the early pick 4 opportunity. Alrighty, before we get to talking about Nadia Sealster, do have a couple of driver updates. Race 4, number 4, Steel Reserve, will be Brett McDonald. Brett McDonald will be going back on board the 4 Steel Reserve in the 4th race. And up in race 7, the 8, Come On Sun, make it Paul McKenzie. Paul McKenzie will be staying on board the 8, Come On Sun in race number 7 as we get a look at Rankin on board his filly, Nadia Sealster. And Robert Reed Jr., you mentioned she was kind of green last time out. I'm hoping she gets more forwardly placed in this one.
That's the hope. I mean, it was behind the gate, right, where she kind of got a little bit
Right.
sideways. She was kind of gapped off for a bit, left with a ton of work to do,
Mm-hmm.
obviously, and she made a good account of herself, right,
Mm-hmm.
to end up getting beaten, just about 3 lengths away from the heavy favorite. And I thought she looked really good on the end of her mile. The thing is just, what's it look like today? Now,
Mm-hmm.
getting away seventh in each of her last two,
Yeah.
I'm thinking from post four tonight, third start back, old school thinking would be we're going to try to go forward off the gate tonight and see what we got. And I think that's what she's going to do. She looks sharp out there right now, 3 to 5. I mean, obviously that's a price you can't really get too excited about on the win end,
Mm-hmm.
but I do think she's the clear one to beat.
Nice big filly. Hey, she covers the ground nicely too. She's been improving since she began racing. She got her qualifier for Woodbine Mohawk Park in mid-February. She was fifth here in her career debut, then fourth. So maybe it's an on-the-board finish, possibly a win this evening. Nadia Seelster, a big 3-year-old daughter of All Bets Off here, out for Rankin, taking the 3 to 5 action. You mentioned greenness, and there's been a few of them here over the last few weeks showing up in the inexperienced type races. This time of year, I don't know if it's the time of year playing into a factor with the greenness of these, but I don't know. Summertime, horses get to the races, and for me, I just don't see as much greenness during the summer versus this time of year.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of horses, Sugar, that are coming back, right? Or you get those ones that are the late bloomers now that are coming out too, right? Horses without many starts,
Sure.
and sometimes they're just they're seeing all this stuff for the first time, or it's early on in their career. Others, go out there and they look professional,
Sure.
right from the word go. I'm thinking about our pretty gray
Oh yes,
that we love so
sporty
much.
little Vixen. Yeah.
Goes out there, sporty little Vixen, and she just acts so professional all the time. So I mean, again, a lot of these horses learn at a different rate. So
right.
Yeah.
We had a nice one come in from, I believe, the Woodbine Mohawk Park circuit last night. Hugh Heff, and got the maiden victory. Was a gate to wire, a little bit sluggish on the front end, but when they came to him, he did pace on a nice winner last night in his Raceway debut.
It was, yeah, that was a nice victory, and held off a heavy favorite right
Yep.
late in the mile there. So that's was a real solid effort from that one. The horse that I think is a real wild price right now is a 3 Tricks After Dark. And you know what? Maybe I might be, maybe a bit insane for thinking this one's gonna, have a big chance first time out. But 35 to 1 on a horse that, the qualifier at Mohawk Park doesn't look, all that bad. The bookends were certainly nice. Last quarter, 29 seconds flat. And the thing that was intriguing to me about this one is there's certainly some bloodlines there. I mean, you've got one that's a half sibling to a Black Diamond, the winner of over 100,000, Mock and a Trick, winner of over 350,000, and Major Trick, a winner of over 400,000. So I usually look for that when I see one is racing for the first time, and just think if they can ever put it together, especially at a number like 30 to 1, certainly could spice up the exotics.
Good-looking daughter of sports writer. We see her on the screen, and you know what? The strong combo, right? Jason Ryan, Kyle Bossens, they've been hitting the winner's circle here lately.
Kyle Boston's stock, I think, has been racing really well, looking really good on the track. That's why I thought this one might be worth a shot at a price. The price is extremely higher than I thought it would be, though. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, Sugar.
We'll find out soon enough, right? Gate is moving for race number 2 of 10. Still time, you'd have to hurry. Ace 44DD on the rail, then Dare Birdie, Tricks After Dark, Nadia Seelster, Sky Velocity, then Greystone, Cheeto, Waxman in the back tier spot, Big Money Miss, 8 Pacers, 7 on gate and 1 late. Into the stretch. Picking up speed, here they come. They're off. Sky Velocity was leaving for Mackenzie, also leaving in the far outside Waxman. Waxman was a little bit bumpy gated off the car, but it appears Garrett Rooney will have this 15 to 1 shot in for a 2-hole ride. Sky Velocity for Mackenzie on top by 2. It's Waxman in second, a gap of 3.5 to Dear Birdie in third, settling into fourth. Was Tricks After Dark, 5th best away from the trailing spot. Big Money Miss. Nadia Seelster, she's parked in the early going. Out there about next to last. To her left is the first-timer, Ace 44. DD, trailing the field is the other first-time starter, Greystone Cheeto. 30-2, soft opening quarter here for the leader. Sky Velocity, the 3-year-old daughter of Keystone Velocity, will lead them onto the half-mile marker. Right there in second, Travels. Waxman still the gapped off third for Dare Birdie. Outside of that, Travels, Big Money Miss. Big Money Miss now in play for McDonald. That's cover for Nadia Seelster. Travels about 8 lengths off the lead. Then third to last was Tricks After Dark. Outside of that, Ace 44 DD, Greystone Cheeto. 101 the halftime. 30-3 through the second frame for Sky Velocity. Continuing second to Waxman. Coming quickly now, Dare Birdie. Dare Birdie in play for Borth. Dare Birdie up to the wheel of the leader. Nadia Seelster trying to make something happen. She's still outside there in fourth for Rankin. 131 and 1 for 3/4. Sky Velocity still there. Still coming. Dare Birdie locked and blocked third for Waxman. Nadia Seelster trying to gain from fourth. And fifth and in, Big Money Miss. 1/8 of a mile left to go. And it's Dare Birdie taking control. Dare Birdie has come on to a clear lead. Sky Velocity will try to hold second. Nadia Seelster with late pace. Dare Birdie and Borth winning over Sky Velocity, Nadia Seelster and Waxman. 201. Number 2, Dare Birdie, the unofficial winner. 2, 5, 4, and 7, your top 4 unofficial. There's number 2, Dare Birdie, coming back. She's a 3-year-old daughter of Betting Line from the Art Major mare, Miss Mary Lou. For the owners, Catherine and Darcy McClure. Darcy trains Tyler Borth on 4. The fillies' first career win. She stops the clock in 2:01. Dare Birdie at 6-1. Congratulations. Dare Birdie, the winner, paying $15.30, exactor $38.60. The daily double onto race number 2. Dare Birdie Combining with race 1 winner Stargazing Cruiser, it came back at $22.90. So the dollar try is worth $59.10. The super for about $266.45, a 20-center worth. $53.29. Ace 44 DD was fifth. Dear Birdie won it. Tricks After Dark 8. Nadia Sealster third. Sky Velocity second best. Greystone Cheeto finished 6th. Waxman 4th. Big Money Miss was 7th. Fractions of 30 and 2, 101. 131 and 1. The mile was 201. Becoming a maiden mark for Dear Birdie. Top down a 518. 32647. Our third is next. Group of trotters with no significant changes here. Exactor, Try, Superfecta. It's a pick 3 play starting up 12 minutes to post time. Do have the final updates to complete the driver changes on tonight's race car. Going over to race number 83, Muscle Ave, will be driven by Tyler Moore. Tyler Moore driving 3 in race 8. And then in race 10, the 6, Lucky Rascal, make it Brett McDonald. Brett McDonald now for 6 in race 10. 8 minutes wagering time, the upcoming third. Exactor, Try, Super, pick 3 play on a group of 8 trotters. Opening up at even money, number 8, Marvin Hagler. My one best selection on tonight's card. I'll stick to it. Here we go. Birthday wishes going out to one of our own tonight, Mark McCullough, big part of the broadcasting operations here at the Raceway for a number of years. So for our friend of the show, Mark McCullough, happy birthday from all of us here tonight at the Raceway. Enjoy the rest of your evening with us. So, race number 3, the Trotters coming up next. Number 8, Marvin Hagler here gets major class relief. He steps away from the preferred types, the likes of Arrakis, Cena Magician, Eyes of Justice, among others. So here is Marvin Hagler, a major class relief and a very honest trotter, too. Appears to be a full second better than most of these when he's showing 58 and 2, 58 and 3 in his last 2 over London. You can take a long look down the page and not find that kind of speed on many of them in here. For race number 3, the Trotters coming up in about 5 minutes. Live racing continues tomorrow evening, Wednesday. Wednesday's card underway at 5:50. Your free program is available for Wednesday on our website, westernfairdistrict.com/raceway. And racing will continue on Friday evening. Another 10-dash card programmed for Friday evening, the 5:50 start time. Shout out to those of you taking in the Taco Tuesday event, top of the fair, each and every Tuesday. It's $3 tacos with the purchase of any beverage at the top of the fair. Here we go. Third race, Trotters on Parade. Exactor tries Super, the start of a pick 3 play. Number 1. I Am What I Am. Preston Shaw on board for Patricia Gibb of London. Joe Shaw trains. Brian Lawrence along with Smirk Inc. They share the ownership on 2. Stonebridge Zeus. In from Woodbine Mohawk Park. Brian does the training. Scott Ray in the sulky. Mike Hamlin owning and training number 3. Shoulda known better. Tony Hamlin in the sulky. Tyler Borth up on 4. Zach to the max tonight for Megan O'Neill. The trainer's Jack Ray. Nicholas Malcolm, the owner of 5. Cheetah Lopov. It's Brett McDonald in the sulky for trainer Ron McDonald. Azukar 6. Jeff Hunt goes on board for the owner-trainer Mariel Emberg. Phil McGuire owning. Kyle Boston's training 7. Willie or won't he? He might for Jason Ryan. And the trailing spot for 8, Marvin Hagler, owned by Mary Pettin and Mark McQuarrie. Mark training. Paul McKenzie stays on to drive. Marvin Hagler, co-favorite right now, 2-1 with the 5, Cheetah Lopov. Alrighty, here we are going to stay with Marvin Hagler right now, 2-1 co-favorite with the 5, Cheetah Lopov. Robert Reed Jr. Right now, Marvin Hagler 2-1. I expect it like 3-5, 4-5 on this horse right now.
I agree with you. I thought the same thing, Sugar, and I thought that maybe it was one of those ones where you might want to use some others just because the trailing posted a short price. But I'm in agreement. I'm looking at it there right now. I was like, well, that 2-1's kind of value on a horse that's been racing at the preferred level. And last time he raced at this level, Willie or won't he had to throw everything he had at him.
Yeah.
And this one, ended up getting by half a length, but the effort was much better than it kind of looks on paper.
Sure
you know
was.
What I mean? Like you see home in 31-2. But I mean, they were kind of battling. He was overland a long way, and you look at this field top to bottom, and there's no one really in here that's been racing against the likes of what he's been racing against. 5-2, the price is going up as we talk about him. It's pretty wild.
That is a very nice price on a very nice trotter, and he's honest too, and he shows 58 and change in each of his last 2. You can take a long time and look through the whole page. There's not a lot of them in there that show 58 over to London. This horse, major class relief in those quick miles in his last 2. He's going to drop. He has to drop from 5-2.
Yeah, I'm thinking something to 5, maybe 6.
Odds
5
on.
might be the
Odds
field.
on.
I would say odds on most likely. And you know what? He even looks sharp out there. Looks confident. Gotta love the pre-race appearance for Marvin Hagler in here as well. Trailing post was my only concern. Right. So again, the price is hovering at a number that I did not expect we'd see.
The one thing with leaving from the trailing spot, especially for a horse like this, he's not going to have to race a whole lot in the early going. Just hoping he doesn't get too far back. He does leave behind a bit of speed. I see him sitting a mid-pack and maybe rolling just prior to the half.
Yeah, and he's proven he can do that, right?
Yeah.
He's one that has shown that he can leave, move at them early. He can go at them in the middle. I mean, if he has to go first up, I don't think that's really a big ask of him against this group either. So, again, as long as you don't get in that traffic trouble that can sometimes ensue from that starting spot, I think that, he should have every chance to emerge victorious. And, again, I think we're going to see that price shrivel up come post time.
Sub 2-minute speed on your second choice, and number 3 should have known better in his latest. Tony Hamlin gets along fine with this one. Just missing last time out to Bucktober, who's on a pretty good roll here in London.
Yeah, and it was a good effort. You know what? I mean, I would say should have known better, but in kind of racing, well enough that you'd say like his record shouldn't be 0 for 7 this season.
Right.
He's turned in some really nice efforts against some strong horses. He's got runner-up position finishes to Bucktober. He would have likely won that start against Cheetah Lopov at 22-1 if he gets room sooner and
Sure.
can do so without getting into tight quarters, which ended up him having to be disqualified. So I mean, post 3 for him is kind of interesting here. 13-1's a giant price. I mean, he's been racing much better than that number, would tell you on the odds board right now. And I think that if I was looking for one to take down the favorite, that's where I'd be looking. It depends on the trip, but even those posts, trailing posts, 7-hole, 6-hole, now 3-hole, you don't want to leave this one off your exotics. I think it's a good chance he lands somewhere close up.
And here's the thing. You mentioned pre-race appearance. He looks fantastic.
He really does. Yeah, looks proud of himself out there. Ears are up. He's listening to instructions. And again, I mean, if he gets in the right spot, he could be dangerous in here.
10-1 currently on a second choice selection for Robert Reed Jr. Number 3, should have known better as we get set to move in behind. Final thoughts on the 5, Cheetah Lopov.
3-1's probably about the right price. The last effort, I mean, didn't have much of a chance at Mohawk Park. Did make up ground late in the mile. The winner actually came from dead last in that one. Preferred ranks before that was a winner, that start 3 back. But like I said, likely, wouldn't have won if should have known better gets out sooner. So I think one you have to use in the ticket, but the better values with the 3 should have known better.
I agree. Here we go. Third race trotters moving behind. I Am What I Am, Stonebridge Zeus. Should have known better than Zach to the Max, Cheetah Lopov, Azúcar, Willie or Won't He, and trailing out Marvin Hagler. Right now, he's 7-5. They're at the top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. Trotters for race 4 in London. They're off. 8 horse had a slow beginning. Marvin Hagler is last. It was Willie or Won't He with the ultra impressive killer crossover. Willie or Won't He absolutely full of himself here in the early going. He's got it by 4 open lengths. Zach to the Max is second. Up on the outside, Cheetah Lopov with the rare break. Cheetah Lopov went to the gallop. He's back down trotting, now finds himself sitting 4th at the quarter mile, 28-3. Willie or Won't He is tugging hard here on Jason Ryan. 6-1 value player in complete control here. Zach to the Max is second, trotting from 3rd. I Am What I Am, racing out of 4th. We've got Cheetah Lopov, a peak to the outside there in 5th for Stonebridge Zeus. Getting underway. Marvin Hagler, he's at least a dozen lengths off the lead. Next to last, should have known better, and trailing was Azúcar, 59-1 halftime. Willie or Won't He all by himself here, now leading by 6, expanding lengths. It appears he's going for it. Willie or Won't He with 3/8 left to go, chased up at this point. I Am What I Am is on for second, 3rd and in. Zach to the Max, towed up into it 4th. Stonebridge Zeus. Marvin Hagler has moved into 5th, but he's still 8 lengths off the lead here. Willie or Won't He still alone at 3/4, 129-1. Willie or Won't He has been racing by himself. I Am What I Am. Stonebridge Zeus, battle on for second. Marvin Hagler, still plenty of work to do. He's 5 lengths off the lead in 4th. Willie or Won't He? Strides are shortening up. Stonebridge Zeus looks him in the eye, appears to be going by. Big late trotting coming from Shoulda Known Better on the wide side. Stonebridge Zeus, though. Stonebridge Zeus at 10-1 for Ray. Shoulda Known Better. Trotting up a storm for second. It got close for 3rd. 2 minutes, 2/5. Unofficial winner number 2, Stonebridge Zeus at 10-1, the upset. Over 3, should have known better than the 1 I Am What I Am, the 7 Willie or Won't He fourth. 2, 3, 1, 7. Odds on choice off the board here. 2, 3, 1, and 7 unofficial. Stonebridge Zeus is shipping in to win here from Woodbine Mohawk Park, the 4-year-old son of Resolve from the Donato Hanover mare, Stonebridge Epic. For the owners, Brian Lawrence and Smirk Inc. Brian does the training. Scott Ray recruited to drive this one to a victory tonight in 2 minutes, 2/5. 5th career win, first of 2023. Stonebridge Zeus with the 10-1 upset. Congratulations. Race number 3, we're going official. I Am What I Am was third. Stonebridge Zeus, a race winner, should have known better. Finishing second. Zach to the Max was 8. Cheetah Lapa, 5th in the dead heat. Azukar, 7th. Willie or Won't He, 4th. Marvin Hagler, 5th in the dead heat. 28-3, 59-1, 129-1. The mile was 2 minutes, 2/5. Stonebridge Zeus. He was 5-2 in the morning line. Let go here at 10-1. Again, top down a 3-1-2, 8 5 dead heat, 7-4 5 dead heat. 22 even on a win ticket. Exactor 91 even, dollar try 370, 65 the super for a buck, 2,305.95. Fourth up and coming, scratch the 3, My Mini Miracle, scratch the 5, Relevant, a reduced field of 5. Here in the 4th race, trotting event, Exactor, try, Superfecta, the Daily Double, put Brett McDonald on number 4, Steel Reserve. Brett McDonald for the 4 in race 4. That being Steel Reserve, a best bet selection for Rod Adams Jr. of NahooPicks.com. 13 minutes away from the upcoming 4th race.
team. Start today at OntarioRacing.com.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
So we got a little more free time here prior to race number 4. We're going to maybe go to our broadcast department and maybe we can bring up a little Wired 360 action courtesy of COSA TV. Again, we've got some time here, 5 minutes post time. Race 4, enjoy.
Well, I'm here driving She Plays for Keeps in the 7 Claiming Series in London, pop-up version. Big girl's got 2 claims in on her. Probably give her best shot she can. She can't really leave a whole lot. Hopefully get a second over, third over cover and see if she'll kick home. She hasn't been racing real strong, but down in class should help her out a lot. See Nat scoring out the 1, Siboney, she's probably one of the favorites. She's actually won a leg or 2 of these claiming series in London. She's usually pretty strong in for 7. I imagine she'll be on front or very near the front. Very interesting, we'll watch Ketros, what he does with War Diamond, because he gets the front, she's pretty strong on the front. She'll be leaving as hard as he can from the 2-hole. He'll either be parked or on his way to be parked.
In the center, She Plays for Keeps. Century, Georgia.
Well, the 5's already off stride, so that's a good sign. Hopefully we won't have to deal with him for too long. outside should push out. I imagine Coulter's going to go with Lily's Penelope. We'll try and protect our position a bit. Well, we caught a little of them sleeping. We slid right into the 2-hole with the big girl. Nat's got Siboney on the front.
Next in line is Long Shark. Next to last is Lily Penelope. Catching the field, Century Georgia. She is 8 with about a dozen off the lead now. Tibone at 5-2.
She's got the air on pretty good. We'll be sitting here for a bit. Georgie Land, he won't be long coming. Not really ideal where I want this mare to be, but it's very tough to find room in London from the 2-hole. Especially when Nat's sinking into us pretty good. We'll have a pretty slow half. Keep Watching's on the outside. Yeah, half in a minute. Sitting pretty good. Keep Watching. Gets a little rolly in the turns, but she looks pretty strong for Byron right now. Just hope Nat keeps driving on strong. Well, we might get room here. This will be good. We're just drafting on that. Hopefully we'll give a good kick here. Yeah! Go on, big girl! Yeah! 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 Just not enough gas. Good last half for these mares, 59-3. Gave it a good whirl. Finished second, raced better than she has been. Nat got all the fractions she needed, just not enough on the end. I talked you up the whole time, Nat.
There you have it, one of those wonderful COSA TV's Wired 360 editions. Jason Ryan was aboard She Plays for Keeps there late December over the Raceway at Western Fair District. Getting a look at the live money left in play as we've got 2 legs left to go, the multi-leg sequences for both the Pick 5 and the Pick 4. For the Pick 4, it's a $12,000 plus pool, and it's only $224 live and in play now. Again, 2 legs left to go. As far as the Pick 5 went, it was over $22,000 in the Pick 5 pool, and only $147 remains live and in play. If you're still going forward, following that upset victory by Stonebridge Zeus at 10-1, best of luck. It's the 4th race. Trotter is next, a field of 5. Post parading here shortly. Brett McDonald driving number 4, Steel Reserve, trying to make it 3 in a row. Here we go. 4th race. Trotter still here in London. 4th race. Trotter stepping out. Number 1. Stars Above Ulrich. Tyler Worth for Tanya Lawson. The trainer Patrick Bissett. Number 2, What Can I Say? Ashley Bako owning. It's Lori Bako training Lorne House. 3 was scratched. The 4, Steel Reserve. Make the driver Brett McDonald. This one for Michael Arnold along with Amy Catherine Lakey. Patrick Shepard training 3 to 5 currently on number 4, Steel Reserve. 3 and 5 had a scratched out of here. So the 6, Cloud9 Hanover, Travis Henry for Jeff Mayhew. Trainer is Lindsay Kerr. And the outside chance for 7, Top Hall. Top Hall for Michelle Latage, Jean Allaire. Brett Lester trading Garrett Rooney stays on for the drive. Those are your 5 trotters, all noses on gate, of course. Exactor Try Super, the start of a daily double. There we go. Little nugget of info here for the 4, Steel Reserve. Going out for trainer Patrick Shepard. Razor sharp in recent starts. Very tough to go against after his easy 2 minutes, 2/5 romp last time out. That's why he's 3 to 5. Working on 3 in a row this evening in London. Alrighty, Robert Reed Jr., number 4, Steel Reserve, we did have on the monitors. Right now we're looking at number 2, What Can I Say? You know, we had some time before race number 4, so we found a wired 360 courtesy of COSA TV. They put together some fabulous videos over the winter. One video, it has What Can I Say featured. We've known this horse around London for years now as Mr. Handsome. There he is. He looks all right, hey?
He does, yeah. He typically does look great out there, and he got his ears up tonight, feeling good about himself, Sugar. And, a horse that's, typically a threat when he draws inside against friends and he can get forwardly placed. This might be the spot for him.
Very tough, though. Very tough to go against that 4A, 1 to 2, and he romped last time out. And folks have been commenting online of just how good he has looked in winning those races.
In his last 2, and if you're worried, Cullen Kelly, Brett McDonald, well, he drove him for many starts in a row,
right,
and drove him to a dominant victory 2 back. And those 2 efforts were, they were better than advertised, even though he won by 6 last time. And you look at it and you say, well, okay, maybe one of the speed threats might have an advantage from the shorter field now, down to a field of 5.
Mm-hmm.
He was in that situation a couple starts ago and blew the field away when he was able to get unleashed. So I thought he's pretty hard to go against in here. It doesn't really matter what the trip is, in my opinion. He could get away last. I think he could still mow them all down, or he can get forwardly placed instead of 2-hole trip again. The one that's a speed threat, Top Hall, the 7 now moving in a couple spots. I didn't think he looked as good as he's looked in other weeks in the post parade there.
Okay.
So yeah, I think the Steel Reserve even more so gets bumped up in my books, because the only concern I had for him is if maybe someone gets loose on the lead, but I think he kind of makes his own luck anyways, and 1 to 2 is probably as good as you're going to get on Steel Reserve tonight. I thought he was a big-time single.
1 to 2, as good as it gets, possibly for number 4, Steel Reserve here. You're looking at him. Next door to that one is the 1, Stars Above Alleridge, who was a 4th best finisher, 2-minute speed, and that was after missing almost 2 months, Robert. How about the 1, Stars Above Alleridge?
And nose back on the gate, right?
Yeah.
Between those 2 starts, obviously it was a 3 weeks off in between there, a pair of trailing posts. Now he gets rail control. And obviously, should be tighter. Did miss another week in between starts, but again, more proximity there to the last one. And a horse that, versatile, I think, in his racing style. He has a little bit of speed, enough to, get in a decent spot from the pole position, but he's also shown he can rough it as well. And I don't think that this is a field that's out of his reach other than the 4 Steel Reserve. I have a hard time putting him ahead of that one, but he's my main player underneath in the exotics.
Stars Above Ulleridge right now holding at 7-1. Second longest shot on the board here. The 3-5 action continues on number 4, Steel Reserve, getting set to go postward here. The starting gate moves into position. Had a question earlier online. Why all the scratches? Where did they come from? Honestly, I have no idea. Not sure if you've heard anything, Robert. I think the traveling was okay coming into London this evening.
The first thing I thought about was traffic. And
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out, was there issue with traffic? And I couldn't get anyone to confirm that.
Sure.
So to be honest, I don't know either. I mean, it might just be kind of a perfect storm, but it makes it all that more, difficult to navigate, right?
Right.
Because as a handicapper, when you have this many scratches.
Right on. Okay. Well, gate is rolling for race number 4 of 10 here in London. We've got Stars Above Ulleridge. What can I say? Steel Reserve. Cloud9 Hanover Top Hall for 5 trotting noses. All on gate. Just a little more than an eighth of a mile from the start. 2-5 drop to number 4, Steel Reserve, still taking action here. And here they come. They're off. The speed came from the outside, too. Top Hall had the best getaway for Garrett Rooney. Towards the inside, second, Cloud9 Hanover. Midfield third here in the early going for Mr. Handsome. What can I say? And then it's a gapped off 5 or 6 to that heavy favorite, Steel Reserve. Already about 10 lengths off the lead here in the early going. And trailing the field was the rail starter, Stars Above Ulleridge. Marching orders given out to Top Hall tonight. Top Hall had them through the opening quarter mile. It was 28-3 with Cloud9 Hanover sitting a chilly pocket here in second. What can I say? Continuing third. Closer now in fourth. That was Steel Reserve closing up the gap, and now he's 5 lengths off the leader. Stars Above Ulleridge gets a peek to the outside. He's still trailing. Down in front of us, they travel. No movement just yet. No. Steel Reserve considers, and he goes. Steel Reserve, here he is, fourth, third, second, and now right on the wheel of the leader, following a halftime of 1 minute and 3/5. Top Hall, the one to take down. Second best, at least trying to be on the outside. Steel Reserve. Then along the inside, we've got Cloud9 Hanover, shuffled to fourth. What can I say? In a gapped off fifth for Stars Above Ulleridge, up and towards 3/4. Top Hall is still the one. Up on the wheel in second. Travel, Steel Reserve, locked in the box third. Cloud9 Hanover, what can I say, is traveling fourth. Fifth is Stars Above Ulleridge, 130 and 3 for 3/4. And it's Garrett Rooney still doing good things with Top Hall to bring him on home. Steel Reserve, he's been grit grinding, but he's still coming. He's not going away. In fact, he's going on by in deep stretch. Steel Reserve, yes, for 3 in a row in London. Steel Reserve on top. Cloud9 Hanover second. Then came Top Hall. What can I say? Stars Above Ulleridge, 2 minutes, 4/5. Gutsy winning effort there by Steel Reserve for 3 in a row. The 11-year-old son of Credit winner continues his sharpness here in London. 4, 6, 7, 2, your top 4 unofficial. Here he is coming back for another winner's circle photo in London. Number 4, Steel Reserve, 11-year-old son of credit winner. At of Iron last by Muscles Yankee for the owners. Michael Arnold of Olds, Alberta, along with Amy Catherine Lakey of Montague. Prince Edward Island, Patrick Shepard conditioned. Brett McDonald driven the win. 2 minutes 4/5. Steel Reserve for 3 in a row in London. Congratulations. Going official here in race 4, $260 to win for Steel Reserve. Exactor $680, dollar try $805, super for $119.35. Stars Above Alleridge was 5th. What can I say? 4th, the 3 and scratch. Steel Reserve won it. 5 at scratch. Cloud9 Hanover 2nd. Top Hall was 3rd. Fractions 28 and 3, a minute 3/5, 130 and 3, and a mile of 2 minutes 4/5 as Steel Reserve for 3 in a row. Top down, a 5, 4, scratch, 1, scratch, 2, 3. Our 5th is next, scratch to 2, Kelsey. Readers Field of 7, back on the pace for the exactor try, an early super high 5 opportunity, 10 minutes to post time. Going to be flipping through the Will Pays now on to race number 5, Daily Double, pick 3, pick 4, and pick 5, Will Pays, all on display here. Going on to the fifth favorite to complete this Daily Double happens to be the 3, Hurricane Miss Rodine. Goes out for trainer Francis Dumichel. Travis Henry stays on for the drive. Second start of 2023 for this one. She needed that last one. Also fave to complete the pick 3 play. There was some action as well for the 4. Tea Time Pat. This one out for the season debut for trainer John Pentland. Tyler Borth on board. Here come your Pacers for race number 5. It's the early Super High Five opportunity led by one L'Argent Ladybug. Tyler Moore catch driving tonight for Larry Lane. The trainer's Patrick Bissett. Number 2 was scratched. Here's a look at 3. Hurricane Ms. Rodine. Francis Dumichel along with Écurie CSL. OAS 2022. Its own a Standardbred 2022 Gaston Bipo of Quebec. It's Francis doing the training. Travis Henry on 3. Hurricane Miss Rodine. Number 4, Tea Time Pat. It's the season debuter for Al Bowden, the trainer John Pentland, Tyler Borth. Sunshine and Rain 5. Lauren House tonight for Keith Wilson, Dean Wall, Dean Trains. Don and Heather McGregor share ownership on 6. Makalu. Peter Core trains Garrett Rooney. 7 outside, You Were Sayins. Amphileon for Greg McNair. Ted Davis. Greg does the training. We're going to go to the 8 now. Ventamacha Latte. Paul McKenzie for Cal Kipper. The trainer is Terry Gallant. It's going to be 7 Pacers for the 5th race. Exactor, Try, and High Five. There's your 7. You Were Saying. Okay, number 3, Hurricane Ms. Rodine. Lukewarm favorite right now, 8-5. The nugget of info, of course, she needed that last start after missing some time. Expect more on this outing. I think that's the way you got to look at this. She did need that last start, right, Robert?
Yeah, she did, and I mean, listen, you gotta love that that nugget of information, right? I mean, because it's one that last time she raced, I thought credibly well for a horse racing off the bench after being away that long, and ended up finishing 3rd, but really couldn't do any more in there. I mean, the second quarter in that race was 31-2, right? So at that point in time, it's lights out for her chances, and Oguda was gone. That one's now going to Mohawk Park next time in the Ontario Sire Spring Series, and I think she's got a chance in there. We talked about that one, maybe needing the bigger track. She's a bigger filly. Hurricane Miss Rodine, no chance last time. Nice, back half, second start back. This is now where you start to think she's going to probably get a little more forward place off the gate or make her move sooner in the mile. I thought she'd get bet off the board in here, Sugar. I really did. I thought she would take all the support, hovering at 2-1. But we said the same about Marvin Hagler, and it didn't work out with that one. Her nose is on the gate, post 2 to work from now with the scratch, and I think she's the one you've got to land on in here.
You know what? All of us were on Marvin Hagler a few races back. I guess the next start for him, we want to see his nose on gate because he did not want to leave at all from that trailing spot tonight.
Showed no interest, right?
Zero.
Even when he kind of got put into the race and was asked to pick it up, he kind of just didn't really, have much to offer this time around, which is interesting because he's one that usually, no matter where he is in the mile, he usually makes his presence felt at some point. Didn't happen tonight. I thought that should have known better. I mean, ended up falling short, but
raced
really
good.
His pre-race appearance, right? And one that is sitting on that win. He deserves one the way he's been racing as of late. But don't take anything away from Stonebridge Zeus.
Right on. Yeah, that was a nice addition to our card this evening. In from Woodbine Mohawk Park. You know that one well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, it was it was a nice race. I mean, it was a decent field of trotters, one that I didn't really think had a chance of winning, but he produced a solid effort to get there, and again, we'll see what he does next time because it was a nice victory.
Okay, we are looking at the 6 Makalu right now. Garrett Rooney gets along fine with this daughter of Art Speak, likely from off the pace again tonight, and normally has a good kick on the end.
Yeah, it usually does, and a horse that really hasn't done much wrong. She's turned in some real solid efforts. Obviously, sometimes she's a little too far out of it, can't get into the race, but one that's hit the board with frequency so far in her career. and I think is still figuring things out, right? So, I mean, she might be able to get a big piece in here. 5-1, I think, is the price you'd have to demand if you're betting her to win. And I'd still lean in the direction of the 7-5 on Hurricane Miss Rodine.
Alrighty, we are less than a minute for wagers here on the fifth race. And we're going to look at the one, L'Argent Ladybug right now, I guess. L'Argent Ladybug, you were saying, is a long shot player here, the longest shot on the board. You know, it's the money spread around here pretty good. Beyond the three, Hurricane Ms. Rodine, the rest of them are well evenly matched as far as betting goes.
It is, and Tea Time Pat's the one that's kind of tough to figure out here, right? The 4, 7-2 right now. Only had 3 starts last year, over 3, just $420 made on those efforts. But before that, as a 2-year-old, was a winner in the OSS Grassroots and competed at the OSS Gold level, right?
Wow.
The qualifier looks like a decent one, so it all depends, right? Is she ready to roll at first asking? You're looking at that price now creep up to 4-1 versus even money. I mean, I think you've got to give that one respect underneath, but one we got to watch for next time, Sugar.
Even money on 3, Hurricane Ms. Rodine, still all right?
I think it's about, that now that's the limit. We can't go below that.
Right on. Here we go. Reduced field of 7 here on the pace for the 5th race, high 5. We've got L'Argent Ladybug, then Hurricane Ms. Rodine, Tea Time Pat, Sunshine and Rain, then Makalu. You were saying for 6 starters on gate and a lone trailer, Venta Matcha Latte. A 16th out. Here they come. They're off. You were saying left on out of there from the outside gate. You were saying crossing over here for Philly. Makalu with some early speed tonight. Racing from second. Floating on out of there for third. Hurricane Ms. Rodine. Fourth and in, L'Argent Ladybug. For the treading spot to be fifth, Venta Matcha Latte. Next to last, Tea Time Pat, the earliest trailer. Sunshine and Rain. Up to the quarter mile, you were saying in control, Makalu for the 2-hole ride. Here's the quarter, 29-3 for the longest shot on the board. You were saying Makalu, pocket riding second, considering the outside move and going for it here now. Hurricane Ms. Rodine. She's going to be first up here and challenging on their way to the half mile. She is rushing. Here is Hurricane Ms. Rodine up against the pace setter. You were saying these two hook up with just over a lap to go. You were saying takes on the heavy favorite here. 1:01.5, longest shot on the board. Just gave the cold horse shoulder to the 3-5 fave, and now a few of them get checked up here. Confusion in the backfield with 3/8 left to go. You were saying on top, second best on the outside, L'Argent Ladybug, and now all dressed up, no place to go for Hurricane Ms. Rodine. A second over toe up and fourth for Venta Matcha Latte. Then a gapped up a fifth, Sunshine and Rain trying to get involved, and Makalu by 3/4, 129-3, 29-2 speed through the third, and on the inside, you were saying just gave it up on the outside, L'Argent Ladybug, and here is Venta Matcha Latte, and still in behind a wall, Hurricane Ms. Rodine. Through the stretch to the mile, Venta Matcha Latte, and Mackenzie win it. At 11-1, Hurricane Ms. Rodine was second best. Then L'Argent Ladybug and Makalu, 2 minutes, 4/5. Judges' inquiry, ladies and gentlemen. Judges' inquiry here. They are going to review the action around the 5/8. Again, a little confusion around the 5/8. Judges' inquiry. They will be reviewing footage for action around the 5/8. Hold all tickets. Upset winner here, number 8, Venta Matcha Latte at 11-1. And the favorite, Hurricane Ms. Rodine, was second. Then L'Argent Ladybug, Makalu, Sunshine and Rain, 8, 3, 1, 6, and 5. The winning high five combo. And again, race 5 under a judge's inquiry for action around the 5/8. Here's Venta Matcha Latte returning after a 2 minutes 4/5 victory. The daughter of Custard the Dragon from the As Promised mare, River Lass. I know her well. Bred in Alberta by Blair Corbeil and Kelly Hort. Cal Kipfer owning, Terry Gallant training, Paul McKenzie on for this victory. Venta Matcha Latte victorious here at 11-1. Congratulations. There you see the footage under review. Judges are reviewing that action around the 5/8, holding all tickets till this result becomes official. Judges' inquiry still ongoing here in race number 5. Again, judges' inquiry still ongoing here, holding all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, as a result of the judge's inquiry, number 6, Makalu, finished 4th, will be placed 7th for running up on the wheel of number 3, Hurricane Ms. Rodine, rolling off stride and then causing interference to the trailing horses. Again, number 6, Makalu, 4th, and will be placed 7th for causing interference after running up on the wheel of number 3. Then causing confusion to the trailing horses. 4th place, 7th, number 6, Makalu. Going to have a new call here now on the high five. It's going to read an 8-3, 1, 5, and 7 with the placing. Again, 8-3, 1, 5, and 7. Your top 5 now following the placing. Race number 5 is official. L'Argent Ladybug 3rd. The 2 at scratch. Hurricane Ms. Rodine was 2nd. Tea Time Pat 7th place 6. Sunshine and Rain finished 5th place 4th. Makalu 4th place 7th for causing interference to the trailing horses after running up on the wheel of number 3. You were saying 6th place 5th, Venta Matcha Latte, a race winner. Again, the top down reads a 3 scratch 2, 6, 4, 7, 5, and 1. $25.80 on the win ticket for Venta Matcha Latte. Exacta worth $83.80. Dollar try $122.50. The double on to race 5, $32.30. Pick 3, 20 center. 31 and change. Pick 4 for $1, $733.40. Pick 5, 20 center, 467 and change. And the high five, winning high five, 20-cent ticket here in race number 5. Came back at over $600. Race 6 up and coming begins the back half of this Tuesday night race card. Scratch the 2 trade barrier, scratching 5, Sizzling Hot Herbie, and scratching 8, Andy Over. The preferred, scratch down to a field of 5 on the trot, $13,000 purse. Exactor, Try, Superfecta. This one starting up a late pick 5, the $5,000 guaranteed pool. 11 minutes to post time.
Venti Matcha Latte wins race number 5, and all of a sudden, I feel like some Starbucks sugar.
Yeah.
But listen, Hurricane Miss Rodine just didn't work out right. I mean, I was surprised when the pace setter did not want to let that one come to the lead. Had to drop in behind that one, and then it ended up certainly costing any chances she had. But the winner, raced pretty well, so might have been difficult to get the better of that one tonight.
You know what? That horse, Vendamacha Latte, a big improvement last time out. Was finishing second, but was down into the safety lane, finishing a bit rough graded. Just a little bit green in that last one last time out, but she was pretty much perfect there tonight, and a nice price.
He was, yeah, real big price. Again, all the support going in some other directions there.
Yeah.
And, obviously, race was impacted, right, with that confusion that was caused, multiple horses affected by it. So we might give a few of them a pass next time when we see them again. But,
Sure.
either way, a nice victory for that juicy price winner, Venti Matcha Latte.
Yeah, you know what? Another one that was 5-2 on the morning line and let go at 11-1. I'm not sure who does our morning line here in London, but right now a few nice price winners when sitting at 5-2 in the morning line. Alrighty, so it's a late pick 5 starting up here in race number 6, and I'm going to use both of the Francis Guillemette starters. As mentioned, not a whole lot of info as far as track nuggets go from trainers this evening on our broadcast, but you can find those nuggets of info from trainer Francis Guillemette on our website for tonight. He's starting 3 or 4 horses, and there are some nuggets of info found on our website, westernfairdistrict.com/raceway. Just go to our race day events page, where you will find them. Some neat bits of info provided by Francis Guillemette. He's starting 2 of them in here in the opening leg, and I am using both of them. Run Like Hill. I'm expecting better from this one tonight. Even the 7, Arrakis, he was really good last time out in winning the preferred 56-4. It's going to be very tough for some of these to go with that kind of speed in here, and now he moves in a couple of spots from that 7 hole to post position number 5 with the scratches of 2 and 5. It gets much easier for the 7 Arrakis, and that is why he's 2-5. But again, number 4, Run Like Hill, beware. Could be a little bit better there this evening. We're going to go 3 deep in race 7. Deepest of all, race number 8. The Trotters using a 1, 3, 6, and 8. There's another pair of Francis Guillemette starters in race 8. I'll use the 3 and 8. Those are his 2 starters. In the middle leg of the pick 5. 9th race, Maddie and Maggie, Ethel, and Cheddar's Delight. Those are the 3 I'll stick with. And then in the 10th and final, Last Shot. She's missed some time. She had some braking issues in her latest, and if she can put it all together, her anything close to her A game, Last Shot, would be a serious factor in the finale. Let's Take to the Sky, a season debuter there for trainer Dave Holliday, leaving at a post 2, and Rose Run Why Not. Rose Run Why Not gets a much improved post after leaving from the trailing spot 8 in each of her last 2. I think you got to go to her here, leaving from post position 3. So that's the way I see this late pick 5. It's a pricey kind of ticket, but I think the possibility of a nice payout could be there, especially if the 7 Arrakis happens to not get there here in the opening leg. And of course, your tickets on display there, the 8 Andy Over. You can pull the 8 Andy Over off of race number 6, as that one was a scratch production, please. So Robert Reed Jr., we'll leave it to you here.
Yeah, so if I was going to go 3 deep, it would be I go with the 3, 4, and 7 now,
All right.
adding Lily's last. But I'll be honest, Sugar, I think the way this race makes up now with the, obviously the scratches and Arrakis drawing close to the inside, he's pretty close to a key for me as well. He really is, 2-5 on the board right now, and a horse that really, should be able to cross over in front of them early and was so good last time. So Arrakis, I think, has now become a clear top choice in here. Race number 7, 2 deep with the 3 and 7. Leaving off Have a Connection, actually, one that, has a lot of speed, has the rail to work from. That might be a mistake on my part, but I like Rave Review off that win last time, and Big Bad Jen, who's been in fine form for Stu McQueen. That's the other entrant from the McQueen barn, and a horse that, has all kinds of early speed and will likely be trying to cross over in front of them early on. In the third leg, race 8, I'm going 4 deep with the 1, 2, 3, and 8. However, I like Soshideo in there, the 2. I really do. I think that horse might provide some serious value tonight. I know I sound like a broken record on that one, and I've gone to that one many times. I just think the better spot for Soshideo.
Okay.
And, you get Garrett Rooney back aboard. He knows the horse well, and was aboard the time that he got placed up to the victory. So I'm going to, put him on top in there, and I think he'd provide some value, even though we're going 4 deep with the 1, 2, 3, and 8. I'm going to single Ethel. I mean, I just looked at that race and said, I can go 3 deep and spend a lot of money, or I can single her and try to lower my ticket cost. if she behaves herself
Yeah.
and she can get away in a reasonable spot off the gate, I don't think they beat her. Because if she's anywhere close to striking range, Sugar, we see what she can do later miles.
Yeah.
It's just that she gets so fumbly sometimes at the start of her races and on that opening turn. If she can survive that part of it, I think she's an easy winner in there. And then race 10, I'm in agreement. The 1, 2, and 3. Last Shot is one. Vet Scratch sick, almost away for a month. Maybe that's a good thing. Anything close to her best, she should crush in there.
Right.
But we don't know what we're going to see with Last Shot. So let's take the sky off a strong qualifier. Rose Run, why not? That's back, nose back on the gate. That's huge for her.
Huge.
I've said, we've said it last few starts. Her bread and butter is getting forwardly placed.
Yeah.
She can't do that from the trailing post. So you've got to have her on the ticket. Lucky Rascal is just one that I thought was a bit of a price play that you want, if you want to be alive to the last leg and see a big number, you might get that with the 6 Lucky Rascal.
We'll go back to Ethel in race number 9. I know you're singling her, and she had that little brief miscue in her latest, and then she's well off the leader at the halftime, but going up to 3/4, she had this big push coming on the end, and she was about 4 or 5 deep into that final turn. That was a huge move. She is showing about 3 deep on the outside, moving from 7th and finishing 3rd. But you know what? You could tack on a few more O's to that sitting 7th and 3/4. So I'm pretty sure, if I recall right, she was like 4 and 5 deep into that final turn.
She was actually, I think she was 5 wide down the backside, Sugar.
Right.
I remember, she actually just kept on stacking up wider and wider. It looked like she might be able to not have to go that wide. And as she was getting closer and closer rapidly, they kept pulling underneath her, and she got sent to the parking lot. You know what I mean? So, again, like the line looked so impressive on paper.
Yes.
It actually was visually even more impressive when you saw it.
But
the problem is, will she be coming from a spot like that again?
Right.
That's what we have to...
That is the best way to put it. Ethel was visually more impressive than that program line suggests, indeed. We've got a post parade coming up here very soon for race number 6. Again, this one begins the back half of this Tuesday evening program. The Top Class Trotters will be stepping out here shortly. It's the opening leg of our late pick 5 play, $5,000 guaranteed pool, another go-to wager next. Number 1, Petro Angel bumps up big time in class for this. After winning her latest 2, she moves into the preferred for owner, trainer, breeder Daryl Laver, Brett McDonald on board. 2 was scratched. Next horse we'll see, I believe, going to be the 4. Number 4, Run Like Hill. This one for owner, trainer, Francis Guillemette, Sam Fillion up. 5 was scratched. Here is 6, Heavy Duty. Our overall Horse of the Year 2022 at the Raceway goes out for owner, trainer, co-breeder Natalie Elliott, Ryan DeRoche in the sulky. Outside chance for number 7, Arrakis. Arrakis will try to double up for Francis Guillemette, along with the Robert Bernicki. Francis training. Tyler Moore stays in the sulky. And last on parade will be the 3, Lily's Lass, owned by Patrick Hunt and Goldfinger Stables. Patrick training, Jeff Hunt on board for the drive. Those are your 5 top class trotters for the Exacta Tri Super. Again, this opening leg of a pick 5 play. Getting a look at number 7, Arrakis here. Arrakis, very, very sharp winner when pocket riding last time out. That was from post 4, and he'll be leaving from post position 5 here with the scratches of 2 and 5. He does move in a spot. Now, this is a nugget that I put together, an easy 156 and 4 winner in latest. A tougher post this time, but hard to ignore in here, indeed.
He is Sugar, and you know what? Again, like with this moving in a spot, two spots on the gates, and getting to face a pound for pound softer group now,
Oh,
right?
big time.
I mean, I think that he's really hard to go against.
Yeah.
And 3 to 5 is probably about the number you're going to get. If not even lower than that come post time. So sharp last time. I mean, when he kind of made his charge towards the lead, it was over in the blink of an eye. You know what I mean? Like it was just kind of like race over at that point, and he was gone. And he won by an expanding margin under not much urging at 8-1, which, I mean, that price is a distant memory now when we look at 3-5. But again, I looked at the depth of this field after the scratch and just thought that he's got a tactical advantage and he's got a class advantage, and he looks like the now horse as well off that last effort. 56-4. That's a huge mile.
And look who he beat. I mean, if any of the horses that he beat, Cena Magician, Eyes of Justice, were in there, where would you be going?
You'd be going in that direction.
Yeah.
And they'd probably also be odds on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a preferred, but you know what? There's horses in here that haven't been racing the preferred, like Petro Angel. This is a big hike up in class for that mare. Take nothing away from her. Sharp winner in each of her last two. Gets a rail here, but this is a very, very tough spot for that mare.
It is, yeah. I mean, she should be brimming with confidence, right?
Yeah.
So we should see her, at her best. And I mean, again, one that's been really stepped up her game as of late, but this is a whole new kettle of fish. Now, the thing is for these horses is they're all walking away with a piece of it now, right?
Yeah.
You scratch down to a field of 5 and a preferred, they're all going to get a piece. It's just going to, we're going to see how it all plays out. But I think the one thing for certain is that Arrakis is going towards the lead. He's pointing to the front. And I don't think they can hold him off in the early going, and I think they'll have a really hard time getting to him.
Okay, we're looking at 3, Lily Lass. Gate speed?
Does have gate speed, no question about it.
Okay.
I mean, this one is capable of trying to push away and maybe looking for that 2-hole and releasing the favorites. I think that's probably her best chance in here. Last time that was kind of her MO. She made the move first over after that as well, ended up finishing second. Last time the preferred trailing post, way tougher group, got away last and just finished there. This time around should be a different story, but I mean, to me, she's a use underneath, and that's about all I could do with the likes of Arrakis and how good he was last time.
Okay, we're at less than a minute now, We haven't even mentioned the overall Horse of the Year in London yet. Heavy Duty took the Horse of the Year honors 2022 at the Raceway. Nose on gate, moves in a couple of spots as well. 9-1. Longest shot on the board. I did not see that coming in here.
No, I would say maybe if the whole field was here, you'd expect to see,
yes,
that number, right?
Yeah.
But with the scratches we've seen, I mean, he's a versatile type that never is really far out of it. I mean, you want a horse that you'd love to own, Heavy Duty, look no further, right? Every single start, he picks up a piece of it, and sometimes he picks up the bigger chunks, even the lion's share. And I mean, he's not at a place against this group, but I think you're looking for him to probably land somewhere underneath, and they'd be pretty happy with that finish. Last time it was a real solid effort in the top condition class. Ended up finishing third, got a little bit soft on the end of his mile, but he had to work pretty hard to get to the lead. So again, I think he's one that you can use in the exacta and trifecta in here, but that might be his ceiling.
Going to go back to a nugget from a few weeks ago. Owner trainer Natalie Ellett said this horse races better with shoes that have been on for a start or two. He was racing with brand new shoes last time out, finishing third. So I think you could expect maybe even better from that one tonight. And he does take a bit of a drop now at 5-1, 6 Heavy Duty.
Well, I mean, again, like you're right with that nugget of information. You have to think another week on those shoes might help. I mean, Sugar, when we buy shoes, right? We're going to be at our best after we work the middle a little bit, right?
You betcha. Okay, here we go. We got a field of 5, reduced field of 5, top class trotters here. We'll deal with Petro Angel, Brett McDonald, Lily's Last, Jeff Hunt, Run Like Hills, Sam Filion, Heavy Duty, Ryan Darash, Arrakis, Tyler Moore. Those are your 5. It's the preferred top of the stretch, and it's 1-2. Fave status on the 7, Arrakis. Picking up speed. Here they come. They're off. Great looking start for the outside 4. Lily's Lass along the inside. Run Like Hill up close. Widest of all went Arrakis. Diving to the pylons in 4th. Heavy Duty. Then away in 5th. Petro Angel. Straightening for the backside run. Arrakis being made to work for this early lead. Arrakis at 1-5 is going to grab control just prior to the opening quarter mile, but they're going plenty. Here is Arrakis, 28-4, opened it up. Lily's Lass is trotting from 2nd. Run Like Hill, a midfield 3rd. Heavy Duty in the holding pattern in 4th. And then the big bump up for Petro Angel. She's trailing the field. 3/8 completion, tapping it up here, Arrakis. Arrakis strolling down towards the half mile. Lily's Lass content to sit 2nd. Run Like Hill looks at it from 3rd. Gapping slightly 4th. Heavy Duty. Treading still Petro Angel, 59-1, halftime, 30-2. A rated second quarter for Arrakis and Tyler Moore. They've got 3/8 left to go, and it's Lily's Lass continuing 2nd. Thinking about it 3rd is Run Like Hill. Run Like Hill stayed in. Heavy Duty continues 4th. Petro Angel 5th. No movement yet. No movement here. On by 3/4, widening the lead. Arrakis now by 2.5. 128-3 for 3/4. Arrakis brings them through the final turn. Lily's Lass tracking 2nd. Run Like Hill. The plugs are out, racing 3rd. 4th is Heavy Duty, and a gapped off 5th for Petro Angel. Here is Lily's Lass now from the pocket to try to come after Arrakis, though Arrakis has got more. Arrakis trotting off into the night. Lily's Lass 2nd, Run Like Hill 3rd, then Heavy Duty and Petro Angel 158-2. Arrakis with back-to-back preferred wins in London. That was 7. Arrakis making it look very easy here tonight. 7-3, 4-6, your top 4 unofficial. As mentioned, back-to-back preferred victories in London for Arrakis, this 11-year-old son of Federal Flex out of Kawartha and Worthy by Worthy Bowl. It's owned by Francis Guillemette along with Robert Bernicki. Francis training Tyler Moore, driving to victory. Arrakis pretty much all the way here, 158-2. Congratulations. Going official here, Petro Angel 52 at scratch, Lily's Lass 2nd, Run Like Hill 3rd, the 5 at scratch, Heavy Duty 4th, Arrakis won it, the 8 at scratch, 28-4, 59-1, 128-3, and a mile of 158-2. Arrakis doubles up from the top, a 5 scratch 2, 3 scratch 4, 1 with a scratch at the bottom. $260 to win, exactor $680, dollar try, $650, super $975. Our 7th up and coming, scratch the 4, bump in the road, put Paul McKenzie back on the 8. Come on, son. Paul McKenzie driving 8 in race 7. Exactor try, super. It's a late pick 4, starting up in 7 minutes.
There was no beating Arrakis tonight. Much the best winner now, back-to-back. Much the best winner in the preferred ranks. And Lily's last, certainly made him work for it early, Sugar. But all that could do in the end was secure the 2-hole to finish second. Arrakis, though, just very, very sharp right now.
Yeah, you don't see a race too often in London where there is absolutely no movement until the final turn, right? They just had a little trouble keeping up with a very sharp Arrakis. He sailed through some pretty good fractions there. Great rating, by the way, Tottermore with Arrakis. They just couldn't get close, and he carved it out, and yeah, that's how it went down. Arrakis starting up the pick 5 is a heavy, heavy favorite here. It's the late pick 4 starting up in race number 7. I'm going to use Have a Connection, Rave Review, Big Bad Jen, a pair of starters in here for trainer Stu McQueen. So we like the chances there for both 1 and 7. And again, Rave Review, a very sharp winner. A horse that I chased for a number of starts. I got off her last time out, and you know what? It's just that way for me in London. I get away from a horse and they happen to show up in the winner's circle. So we're not going to miss her this time if she happens to get there. 1, 3, and 7 in the opening leg. 4 deep in race number 8. The ninth race pacing event. Maddie and Maggie, Ethel and Chatter's Delight. Ethel, though, if she gets away cleanly, if she can remain, sitting 4th or 5th in there, very tough to beat her in there. Ethel is a very nice daughter of sports writer. She just needs to kind of mind her manners as she keeps on learning the racing game. The 10th race, Trotting Finale, going inside to the 1, 2, and 3. High five finale in race number 10. Robert Reed Jr., then, your best shot at a late pick 4 in London.
I shortened it up to just a 3-7 here, Sugar. Listen, don't worry about the Rave Review last time the job done. Remember the Robert off angle? Remember I said that should be the Sugar
yeah.
angle, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes they get you, right?
Oh,
There's not much you can do about that.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? I am leaving the 1 Have a Connection off. Maybe a mistake, right? That rail control will be very important for that speedster.
Mm-hmm.
And, I do have the other entrant from the Stu McQueen barn. That's the 7, Big Bad Jen.
Mm-hmm.
It's too deep for me in the opener. Then 1, 2, 3, and 8. I am going to give the edge to the 2, Shoshi Deo, in that race. Just thinking that one might come up with a bigger effort tonight, dropping down in class and getting back to friends, as you would say. And it is one that I've been chasing as well. Don't want to go off Shoshi Deo, the 2 in race number 8. Race 9, Ethel, and I'll be holding my breath behind the gate in the opening turn and just hoping she's close enough, right? If she's close enough, I think she'll get there tonight. I think she's the best horse in the race, but she does have to kind of be on her best behavior in the early going. And then the finale, 1, 2, 3, and 6 for me. I think really the logical ones are the 1 Last Shot and the 3 Rose Run. Why not? That one getting back her nose back on the gate.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take this guy though off a real decent looking qualifier. Should be more than competitive against this group, but then close to her best. And the 6 Lucky Rascal price play, and just one that I want to have on the ticket to kind of see a bigger number on the board if we're alive. And maybe can get there, right? A horse that's certainly capable enough when he can get into the race and make that move late in the mile.
Yep, good spot for Lucky Rascal there in the finale. Brett McDonald will be on board for the drive. We see our pacers for race number 7 leaving the paddock. They'll be stepping out of here on a post parade shortly. Co-favorites are the Stu McQueen starters, both hanging around at 8-5 and 9-5, the 1 and 7. Here we go. Starters on parade here. Race 7, Pacers, led by 1 Have a Connection, owned by Stu McQueen, Robert Watson, and James Grant. Stu training, Dan Clements in the sulky. Kim BX, owner, trainer, breeder of number 2, Mini Million, Lauren House. Then the 3, Rave Review, a winner last time out for owner Dan Mee, trainers Robert Doyle, Garrett Rooney stays on. 4 is scratched. The 5, See the Delight, owned, trained, and driven by Don Rankin Jr. Then the 6, DG's Magic Moment, owned and trained by Doug Walters. It's going to be Johnny Hahn going back in the bike. Outside chance for 7 Big Bad Jen tonight for Lou Sorella, Stu McQueen, Don McClellan, Stu Training, Tyler Borth this time. And number 8, Come On Son, Paul McKenzie. For owner-trainer Gary Freer. 7 starters on the pace. Exactor Try Super, the late pick 4 starting up. So look at number 3, Rave Review, scoring down, and Robert Reed Jr. This is where you're going for a top selection. Garrett Rooney on board, wiring them up last time out. Are you thinking the same kind of deal this time around?
Some speed definitely to her inside with Have a Connection. But you know what? With that rail spot, sometimes it's easier for one from post 3 to kind of loop around you. That might be the game plan for Rave Review, right? That last effort was a real nice one. Got to the lead early from post 4, moves in a spot tonight. And, before that, had some traffic trouble, trailing posts, outside posts. So I think that's got to be, the game plan again. Should be confident coming into this 5-2. I think it's a fair price on a horse that, just, last week went out there and was a dominant winner at the same level.
She's been taking action in recent starts as well. A beaten favorite, 3 back. She got caught up in traffic in that one. She's more of the sort that appears to like the open road. A gate-to-wire winner last time out, 0 traffic trouble. So that's her best shot, I think, at getting the job done here, is to gun for the lead again.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I think that, might have the edge just from that starting spot to get around one like Have a Connection.
Right.
And then at that point, maybe you got to deal with one like, Big Bad Jen, who's another horse that has a lot of early pop off the switch, but she's got to, do a lot of work out there from now post 6. So again, I think she does have the post edge over both of those entrants to the McQueen barn, but they're both a couple of nice mares in their own right. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're both up and at them early too.
Big Bad Jen has a bit of a tell prior to going to the gate, and this is her tell. She is right on the bit. She, as you say, her pre-race look, it's looking really good here. She's going to try for her 5th straight win in London. She's got wins in London dating back to early in 2023. Tries for the 5th straight win. Leading driver Tyler Borth gets the call tonight.
I mean, everything you're saying, I'm wondering how I go against one like this, Sugar. She loves the surface here at the raceway. You're talking about what she's done here. She's won 6 of her last 7 overall, which is remarkable in its own right. And the only one that, she's the only defeat over that span was at Mohawk Park, and she made a break in stride on that effort. She's got the leading driver aboard. And like you said, she looks fantastic on the track. She really does. And, when that plays into her performance, that's something you have to take into account. I think her best path to victory is to blast off the wings of the gate. And if she can come around them, she obviously can go all the way in the engine. And if she can tuck in somewhere, she's proven she can also race off a helmet. So I think that Big Bad Jen's a big-time player in here, 2-1. Tough to take. If she had post 7, 9-5 now, you're getting even lower. But post 7, I'd say you can't, go too low on her. But I guess moving in a spot, I understand why she's getting this kind of support.
I like the barn mate on the inside, too. She's leaving. She's not taking back in here. She's going to leave because she is going to find room at the end eventually with the barn mate leaving from the rail. If she's not on the lead, she's going to find a spot up close. 9-5. I can get behind her. I can stay behind her. Number 7, Big Bad Jen.
Yep, absolutely.
Less than a minute to go here. One final look at Have a Connection. 1 of 2 Stu McQueen trainees sending out 7. Big Bad Jen sending out 1. Have a Connection. Dan Clements.
Hard to find a combo in better form, isn't it? You look at these two. One's winning in bunches. The other one's got a ton of seconds and no worse than 4th in her last 7. With 4 runner-up finishes and a 3rd over that span. Yeah. So Have a Connection is one that, I didn't use in my multi-leg tickets. I might end up regretting that because she does have a lot of early foot. Like you said, that should be advantageous too for her barn mate. If this one gets to the lead, there certainly won't be a big tussle. I think they'll let Big Bad Jen go. and now they're controlling things first and second. It'd be interesting to see how they fall off the gate. If Rave Review can kind of get in between them, that's going to obviously help that mare's chances.
Paul McKenzie was up on 8 Come On Sun last time out. When Finding Room Late closed up very strong to be second. A price player, 5-1 currently. Final thoughts?
Well, 4 trailing posts in a row. I mean, that's remarkable, right?
Right.
It's 5-1. I think the price is a little too short.
Okay.
But, I mean, the horse hopefully can race well again from the trailing post.
Here we go then. Have a Connection, Mini Million, Rave Review, See the Delight, TG's Magic Moment, Big Bad Jen, Come On Sun, trails out again. 4th straight time, drawing the trailing spot. A 16th out. Here they come. They're up. Big Bad Jen to take them on out of there. Towards the inside, it's Barn Mate. Have a Connection. The Stu McQueen starters are going to sit 1-2 in this one. Big Bad Jen to the top. Have a Connection. Pockets up in second. Rave Review away in third. And then 4th best away for Come On Sun. Sliding into 5th with See the Delight. That came ahead of Mini Million, the earliest trailer. DG's Magic Moment. They got single file in a hurry here. Big Bad Jen tugging on Borth. Closed up at even money. 29 seconds flat the opening quarter mile speed. Big Bad Jen will be left alone for a ways. Have a Connection tripping out in second. Rave Review continuing third. Come On Sun 4th. A peek to the outside now in 5th. There goes See the Delight for Rankin. That'll be cover for Mini Million. That'll force the hand of Rave Review to remove herself from third. She's outside and driving now with a lap to go. Half clocked up and 59-3. Big Bad Jen on top. Right in the wheel now. Travels. Rave Review. Have a Connection continues in the top 3. Fighting on for 4th. See the Delight against Come On Sun. Back markers are DG's Magic Moment in Mini Million. Through the backstretch, second and final time. Big Bad Jen yet to face a serious challenge. Big Bad Jen coasting along for Borth. Rave Review fighting on for the deuce against Have a Connection. 128-2, 28-4 speed through the third. Big Bad Jen doing it. And doing it well. Have a Connection has come back for second now. Rave Review begins to sputter in third. A 3-way battle for the 4th spot. Mini Million widest of all against See the Delight. Big Bad Jen, though, she's just too much racehorse for them. 5 in a row in London, wrapped up for Borth. Rave Review did come back for second against Have a Connection. See the Delight photoing for 4th with Mini Million, 158-3. Number 7, Big Bad Jen at even money. The favorite wins 7-3, 1 and 5. Your odd numbered superfecta here in race 7. Back to Victory Lane. Here is Big Bad Jen, the 7-year-old daughter of Big Bad John from the Polo Player mare, Polo Jen, for owners Lou Sorella, Stu McQueen, Don McClellan, Stu Training, Tyler Borth driving to victory. Big Bad Jen wires them up in 158-3. That'll be 5 in a row in London. Congratulations. Race 7 is official. Big Bad Jen, 420 to win. Exactor 890. Dollar try, 1260. Super for $144. 05. Happy Connection third. Mini Million fifth. Rave Review second. The 4 was scratched. See the Delight fourth. DG's Magic Moment 7. Big Bad Jen, a winner. Come on, Sun 6. 29, 59 and 3, 128 and 2, a mile of 158 and 3, Big Bad Jen again. From the top of 352, scratch 4, 716, and it's 3 more to go. In London, Tyler Moore to drive 3, Muscle Ave in the upcoming 8th. Scratch the 4, Hot Fudge Sunday. Exactor try, Superfecta, final pick 3, Opportunity on the night, 11 minutes to post time. And in this race, Ashley Duford is sending out the big mare Playful Elegance. Tyler Borth trying to come right back with that one. Ashley was looking for the birthday shout-out for Mr. Rod Duford. Happy birthday from all of us here this evening at the Raceway. Rod Duford celebrating.
It's Bulldog Hanover, 1:45 and 4. There it is, the fastest mile in harness racing history. It doesn't get any better than that.
Bulldog was the most fortunate yes we ever said. Jack Darling had called us up and said, I'm looking to stand him at stud, but I want to race him again when he's 4. We made that deal, got all of the details in place, and we're excited to begin with him. We never take on a stallion that we won't support 100%. So we supported him with 10 mares, and then he became the fastest horse in the world. We chose the mating of Bulldog on paper. We thought it was a really nice cross, and you'll see what a beautiful colt he is. I hope they all look like him. Looks like Bulldog, very tall, very long-legged, very intelligent, just everything you would want in a newborn foal. We're honored and humbled to be able to have this horse in our stallion roster. Bulldog being Canadian sired, Canadian owned, Canadian trained, and now standing at a Canadian farm speaks volumes that Canada can compete on the world stage. We're the luckiest farm in the world to have that opportunity.
Live money update from the $21,000 plus Pick 5 pool. It's $5,000 remaining in play following wins by heavy favorite Arrakis and then even money choice Big Bad Jen in leg 2. The Pick 4 started up in race number 7, Pick 4 pool. Almost $15,000 and about a third still live and in play following the victory by race favorite Big Bad Jen. Here come the trotters now for race number 8. Exactor Try Super Pick 3 starts up. Muscles Aplenty, currently an even money favorite here. Preston Shaw on board from the rail. Owned by Patricia Gibb, trainers Joe Shaw. Leanne Davidson owning. Daryl Laver training number 2, Show She Deo. Garrett Rooney. Tyler Moore now driving number 3, Muscle Ave. This one for Eric Beausejour along with Stefan Jeffroy. Francis Gilmet trains. The 4 was Scratch. The 5, Playful Elegance, Tyler Borth for Dennis Duford, trainers Ashley Duford. Saltwater Stable, the owner, Paul Megan's training 6, Dirt, Paul McKenzie. 7 outside for Duke Deo, owned and trained by Mike Hamlin. Tony Hamlin in the sulky. Trailing out is 8, Lucas. Lucas for Pieter Dallas. Trainer Francis Gilmet. Brett McDonald on board. And again, we'll be waiting on the 3, Muscle Ave. 8, Lucas. Alrighty, here's a look at Shoshideo and Robert Reed Jr., your top selection. You're going to like this. You just saw Shoshideo pulling up from a really nice score down. Got through the turn, very nice, and there you saw Garrett had a little trouble pulling him up. He is that sharp tonight, maybe.
Well, that's definitely a good sign, Sugar, because Shoshideo's a horse that I keep waiting for this one to have an opportunity on the engine or at least getting away close.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure that he can outleave the one Muscles of Plenty if she's on her game off the switch. But Shoshideo has enough speed to certainly get into the 2-hole or maintain position in that spot. And love the way he looks right now, too,
Yes.
by the way. He looks like he's feeling good out there. And, I'm a fan of the barn of Daryl Laver. You know this. I'm a fan of this horse as well. Got placed up to the victory 4 back in I guess you'd say a softer spot. But he's one that's proven he can go with this level, many times in the past and even better than these. So if he can turn a corner like we've seen, many from the barn of Daryl Laver do recently, maybe 9-1. Well, I can tell you, 9-1 is not a bad number on Shoshideo, a horse that certainly has a chance in here from a good draw. And like you said, pre-race appearance, it looks like it's pretty strong right now. I'd say 2 thumbs up.
Here's the thing. I'm not sure. Well, I had 8-3 in one of my selections. I was not including the 2 Shoshideo in any of my try or superfecta ideas in here. But after watching his score down, I would definitely include Shoshideo in race number 8 for any of the tickets, the exactors, the tries, superfecta, opening leg of a pick 3, right? Shoshideo looks all right here, and the price is right, 8-1.
Yeah, price is definitely right. That's a juicy number. I mean, I knew we'd probably get around 5 or 6-1, to close to the morning line. With what he's showing so far, 8-1. I mean, that's a bargain right now. Let's hope it stays up there.
All right, Lucas. Lucas, the 8 horse, has been over at Flamborough Downs, the half miler. Lucas meets easier now. Most wins have been on the lead, and now this one is leaving from that tough trailing spot 8. I don't know. The further we go in this race meet, the more tougher that post 8, the trailing spot, looks. It's been looking tougher here in London.
Yeah, it does. It certainly has not been easy on horses, especially ones like Lucas, like you mentioned, right? He likes being forwardly placed. That's how he does his best work. Gonna be tough. Now he's following speedsters. But let's just say, even if he can stay with them in the early going, he's probably going to go away 3rd. It'd be hard for him to stay on the helmet of the rail horse and get away in the 2-hole, I think. But again, he might have to come first up at that point, right? And I think 9-5 is a better price than 6-5 a moment ago. But you can't take a short number on this one.
Right.
It is 5th start for the barn of Francis Guillemette, and we've seen that one work wonders with trotters. And this horse, when he first came over from the Netherlands last summer, I thought he was a real, kind of a stunner in a couple of his efforts, but he kind of leveled off after, moving up the class ladder. I think he's got a big chance in here, but I wouldn't get too excited at a short number.
Okay, Francis Guillemette's got another starter here in number 3, Muscle Ave. Second time Lasix angle, Tottenmore on board. Thoughts?
Yeah, it's a good angle, second time Lasix. I left this one, off of, I've got this one of my multi-leg tickets, actually. I went 4 deep, right?
Yeah.
I got this one in there, but towards the lower end of my selections. Speed to work with as well. Not sure if you can outlead the 2 the inside of him, but one that you've got to be certainly concerned about. A little skip there, though, Sugar.
You know what? He's always one to be concerned about prior to a start. He does like to mess around a bit, and we just saw it there for about 3 or 4 strides where he went on to gallop, but looks to be headed towards the starting gate all right here. The gate is moving for race 8. There is still time. You would have to hurry. It'll be Muscles of Plenty, Shoshideo, Muscle Ave, then Playful Elegance, Dirt, Duke Deo, treading out as Lucas. Good-looking field of trotters, 7 of them, top of the stretch. Picking up speed, here they come. And away they go, Muscles of Plenty to take them on into their Playful Elegance. The big mare, she's up there in second, Shoshideo. Trotting from 3rd, 4th best away from the trailing spot came Lucas. Muscle Ave is trotting from 5th. 6th is Dirt, the earliest trailer, Duke Deo. All took pylon position in the very early going here. And up front, Muscles Aplenty, the even money choice for Preston Shaw. In command, the lead is a length and a half with Playful Elegance. An 8-1 value player, Pocket riding second, Shoshi Deo. Gaps off a slightly third. 29 seconds flat was the quarter mile. Still a midfield fourth for Lucas. Lucas from off the pace tonight. He's considering an outside move here for Brett McDonald. Barn mate Muscle Ave following that one up from 5th. 6th and staying in was Dirt. Getting underway from last. Duke Deo. Halftime leader and unstressed. Muscles Aplenty, 59-2. Muscles Aplenty, she was 30-2 through the second frame. Playful Elegance continues to follow along in second. The uncovered Lucas out there in third. Shoshi Deo was all alone in fourth. Duke Deo went on for 5th. Then in 6th is Dirt. And now trailing Muscle Ave down the backstretch. And Muscles Aplenty looking good to go here at 3/4. Muscles Aplenty still on top by a length and a half. Playful Elegance has come back for second. Out there in third, Lucas. Lucas may be stalling, and from way back, Dirt. Dirt is gaining from Mackenzie from fourth. 129-1 for 3/4 into the stretch. Muscles Aplenty. Here comes Playful Elegance to the outside. These mares throwing down late. Muscles Aplenty. Playful Elegance. Muscles Aplenty holds on by a neck. Playful Elegance second. Dirt finishes third over Lucas. 2:01. That's the one, Muscles Aplenty on top. 1, 5, 6, 8. Your top four unofficial. For a winner's circle photo, Muscles Aplenty. Muscles Aplenty, 6-year-old daughter of Angus Hall from the Muscles Yankee mare, Show Me Your Muscles. Now a 21-time winner, her third victory of 2023. Owned by Patricia Gibb of London, Joe Shaw training Preston Shaw on for this gate-to-wire win in 2:01. Muscles Aplenty, congratulations. Going official here, Muscles Aplenty won it. Shoshi Deo 6, Muscle Ave 74 and scratched. Playful Elegance second, Dirt was third, Duke Deo 5th, Lucas 4th. 29, 59-2, 129-1, a mile of 2:01. Muscles Aplenty. From the top of 167, scratch 2, 3, 5, 4. 430 to win, exactor 22.40, dollar try 59.95, super for $1, 165.35, 20-cent ticket worth 33.07. Our ninth is next. One final pacing event tonight. 7 starters all on gate for the ninth. Exactor Try, Super. The late double goes on to a trotting finale. Ninth race, postword in 13 minutes. Here we go. Final pacing event tonight on parade here, led by the one, Watch or Fly. It's Travis Henry driving for Nurko Sokolovic along with Craig Bars. Craig trains. Tara and Garrett Isman share the ownership on the two, Maddie and Maggie. Trained by Mike Wiatniowski. It's Jason Ryan aboard. Pat Barr is owning, training, and driving number 3, Ethel. Then Panning for Treasure at a post 4, season debut for Mark Cadman. The trainer, Angie Carroll, Garrett Rooney up. Cheddar's Delight number 5, Tyler Borth gets the call for Linda Richardson and Lindsay Sinclair. Bud Sinclair trains. Doug Wilson, Mark Horner on the ownership line for 6, Sporty Lil Vixen. Mike Horner training and driving. And the outside chance for 7, Life Speaks, Anthony Hahn sharing ownership with Meg Crone. Anthony driving for trainer Meg. Those are your 7 pacing of fillies and mares for the 9th race, Exacta Tri Super Late Double. Already 9th race top selection for Robert Reed Jr. and myself here, Ethel. Ethel, she's a big finisher, but has been troubled in the early going. She'll need to behave in this one.
She sure will.
She is a big mare. You know, I keep wondering when she might think about giving the big track a try. Woodbine Mohawk Park.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to think, she might have an easier go of it, right, with the bigger, sweeping turns.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, with the way she comes home, you'd have to think, too, she'd like that final turn at Mohawk Park with it's almost like a straightaway, right?
Right.
And it's the stretch obviously longer, too. So, I think we'll see her there at some point. I think the pre-race appearance is a good one so far. Sugar, she's out there just kind of doing her thing and looks feeling good. It looks like the old bike is staying on her, right? We saw it last time.
Yep, that's one thing we've been looking for the last few starts. And you know what? The price is right on her right now, 5-2.
I was not expecting that. I know that, Maddie and Maggie, raced pretty good last time, and it was a beaten favorite, though. Eileen's Wish was too much pony for her, but I thought Ethel would get bet down to favoritism here. We still might see that. She's down to 2-1 now. Might be a horse, too, that, the bell bettors are going to get behind, right? Watch her on the gate.
True.
And try to see how she lines up behind it, because, in some of her starts, it happens right from the get-go.
Yes,
right.
And,
yeah, so 2-1. I think if she's in striking distance, she wins. I think it's as simple as that. It's just a matter of if she can stay in it early.
You know what? I'm going to ask production. Let's go back to the 3 for just a moment, please, production. Pat might be thinking about scoring her down, and we'd like to see it there. Number 3, Ethel. Here she is. She just turned on the upper turn. She's going to come through the straightaway nice and easy, and let's just keep an eye on this one. He might ask her a bit going into the bottom turn where she has been troubled in a number of recent starts here. Just going to stick with Ethel here on the straightaway and through the bottom turn for a moment as we go inside of 2 minutes. So wagering time on race number 9, Ethel. Right now a co-favorite with the 2, Maddie and Maggie. And just a nice and easy score down into the turn, and she's all right. It just, maybe she gets a little bit excited, when the gate pulls away, and she may feel a little bit crowded after the beginning, and she's just gonna have to mind those manners tonight.
Yeah, what I liked there was at least she just got to experience, that same kind of setup going behind the gate. I mean, obviously didn't have any speed going to the turn there. But again, if she just kind of stays with her rivals off the switch, she should be close enough to get the better of them. That back half last time, we said, visually impressive, but also impressive on paper too, in the sense that, home in 57 flat, Sugar. I mean,
sure.
That's
It's a big
so
back
incredible.
half this time of year in London. Yeah. And Tyler Borth, catch driving. Number 5, Cheddar's Delight, leading driver here in London. And first time Tyler Borth, that's an angle here.
It is, and it's always an angle that I get behind, and Cheddar's Delight's a speedster, and when
Yeah.
you got a horse like Ethel that is likely not going to be anywhere near the front.
No shot, yeah.
I mean, if things ever kind of, are a little bit light up front in the area of the fractions, Cheddar's Delight, all of a sudden, that one's chances go through the roof, especially if Tyler sends her, which I think, he has a tendency to do, right? When he gets behind one for the first time, one that has that gate speed, he usually likes to see what they've got off the switch. And I think she'll be blasting out of there from post 5. 5-1's probably the right number on her. I certainly wouldn't, be against getting behind her if you're a big fan of her here.
The two, Maddie and Maggie, beaten favorite in latest.
It's really strange, too, because she got looped like she might back to the field, but she fought on again
Sure.
after that, right? Eileen's Wish went around her like she was standing still. Only got beat a length on the end of it. Might be an improved performance second start over the surface.
Here we go. Field of 7 for race 9. Gates moving. We've got Watch Her Fly, Maddie and Maggie, Ethel, Panning for Treasure, season debut. Cheddar's Delight, Sporty, Lil Vixen, Life Speaks, 7 Noses. All on gate, and 6-5 and holding. On number 3, Ethel. 8th out. Pacing, fillies and mares. Pick up speed. Here they come. They're off. Panning for Treasure had the best getaway for Garrett Rooney alongside second, Cheddar's Delight. Inside, a traveling third, Watch Her Fly. We're keeping a close eye on Ethel, who is next to last. She's keeping it together. A breaker on the outside of her, number 7, Life Speaks. Jumped it off in the early going. Ethel going about a dozen lengths off the leader. That leader, Cheddar's Delight. For Tyler Borth, has got her pointed in here. At 4-1, her lead is 2 full lengths to the long shot. Panning for Treasure in second, traveling in third, Maddie and Maggie away in fourth. Watch Her Fly, all alone fifth is the gray. Sporty Lil Vixen off stride Ethel. Ethel made a break on turn number 2, though she did regroup quickly, but still goes at least a dozen lengths off the lead. She's next to last, and she's got 10 lengths on the earliest breaker, Life Speaks. Down in front of us, they travel. Cheddar's Delight and Borth gives a reminder to go on in here. The half clocked up in 59-4. So, Cheddar's Delight to lead them to the 5-8. Second best, Panning for Treasure and Uncovered. Maddie and Maggie, she's third. 4th and wide for Watch Her Fly. 5th and in, Sporty Lil Vixen. Then the gap of 4 lengths to Ethel. And a jumper again, trailing. Life Speaks off stride, up and by 3/4. Cheddar's Delight to bring them into the final turn. 3/4, 129 flat. She was 29-1 through the third. Cheddar's Delight still doing good things here. Panning for Treasure, season debut, and Rooney's got some. Here is Panning for Treasure from the pocket. Up on the outside in third, Watch Her Fly, a 3 across finish. Cheddar's Delight, long shot, Panning for Treasure at 21-1. Upset specialist. Rooney has her home and cooled. Second best, Cheddar's Delight. Appeared to be Watch Her Fly there in third. Ethel was closing up strong. Bombs away here. Panning for Treasure off the pocket ride, the season debut winner. Judges' inquiry, they will review the break by number 3, Ethel, following the opening quarter mile. Again, hold all tickets. Judges' inquiry involving the unofficial 4th place finisher, number 3, Ethel. Panning for Treasure. Out for her season debut. It's a pocket ride to victory at 21-1. 4, 5, 1, and 3. It's unofficial. For a winner's circle photo, panning for treasure, 4-year-old daughter of state treasurer. From the No Pan Intended mare, Baritone. Owned by Mark Cadman of Park Hill, Ontario. Angie Carroll training. Garrett Rooney, the upset specialist, upsetting here in race 9. It's a 159-1 victory for Panning for Treasure in her season debut. Congratulations. Result of the judge's inquiry, no violations by number 3, Ethel. She finished 4th. It appears 4, 5, 1, and 3 will stand here in race 9. Going official here, Watch Her Fly was 3rd, Maddie and Maggie 5th, Ethel was 4th, Panning for Treasure, the winner, Cheddar's Delight 2nd, Sporty Lil Vixen 6th, Life Speak 7th, 29-2, 59-4, 129, a mile of 159-1. Panning for Treasure, top down a 3-5-4, 1-2, 6-7. 44 even. On the nose for Panning for Treasure, the exactor, 144.20. Dollar try, 248.40. The super for a buck, 1313.85. The 20 center worth, 262 and change. Our 10th and final is next. Scratch the 7, AJ Titan. Brett McDonald now driving 6, Lucky Rascal. 7 trotters, exactor try, the non-jackpot high five comes your way in 7 minutes. Will Pays on display here. Daily double, pick 3, pick 4, pick 5. Will Pays appears the favorites to complete the multi-leg sequences. Number 3, Rose Run, Why Not? The one last shot, both in the $200 and $300 range. After that, for the pick 5, 20 centers are anywheres from just shy of $1,200 upwards and onwards to $18,000 plus. Should the 4 or 8 happen to get here in the finale. 2 minutes of wagering time, race 10, a field of 7 trotters for the non-jackpot high five finale. Here we go. Starters on parade. Race 10. The Trotters. Reduced field of 7 here. Exactor, try, super high five play. Number 1 last shot. Owned and trained by Britt Kennedy. Garrett Rooney up. A Let's Take to the Sky at opposed to season debuter for Dave and Ben Holiday. Dave training Anthony Hahn. Rose Run, Why Not the 3 for Brian and Stuart Lawrence. Brian training, Scott Ray up. Sam Villion driving 4, Dominum Deo for owner-trainer Bill Leon. Then the 5, Super T, Dan Clements for the Yakes, John and Chris, John trains. Lucky Rascal 6 for Aaron Swainson Brickman, Peter Brickman trains. Brett McDonald now driving. 7 was a scratch, the 8, Junior for Dennis Duford, Ashley Duford trains. Tyler Borth in the Zulke. Those are your 7. Trotters for the Exactor, Try, and High Five. One more time here on the finale, Robert Reed Jr. And, we like to talk racing. I don't think we've ever talked golf before. Masters taking place this week. Fan?
I mean, I'm a big fan of, watching the big tournaments. Do throw down a little bit of action here and there. But I'll be honest, I have not looked at the field yet. I've been so busy with all the racing action triggered that I haven't taken a look at it yet. So might have some recreational wagers on it.
Yeah.
Who do you like?
Well, you know what? I'm kind of with you. I haven't really looked at the field, but it's always a fun and exciting tournament for me to watch. I know my late father, Aubrey, would be always tuned in and watching the Masters. I saw a tweet put out, the Masters dinner took place tonight. The object of the dinner is the defending champion chooses the menu. So I got back to looking at some menus over the years. And back in the 90s, Nick Faldo had just a basic menu served up. Shepherd's pie back-to-back, 1990 and 1991. He come back and served up fish and chips with tomato soup in 1997. So kind of an interesting thing, the Masters dinner where the defending champion gets to choose the menu.
Isn't he? Yeah, he sounds like my kind of guy, too. I like both of those meals. I'll take shepherd's pie or fish and chips. So, that's pretty cool. So Edison Hatter, we did a podcast with him for the Fraser Downs races.
Yeah.
And he said Jason Day was his play. And I know his odds have plummeted, though. He was as high as 50-1, I think, at one point.
Wow.
I think he was bet down to around 35-1 last time I saw it. But always... listen, it's always great watching the battle for the Green Jackets, and Championship Sunday is usually one that's full of drama. So can't wait for that.
Yeah, I know where I'll be on Sunday, right on the couch watching the Masters. Right on. 10th race here. We're looking at 3 Rose Run, Why Not? Much improved post this week. Her main competition has missed some time. That main competition, likely the one Last Shot and 2, Let's Take to the Sky.
Yeah, and the thing about the Rose Run, Why Not? We said she gets back to her wheelhouse, right? I mean, she's got to go forward off the gate when you're a speedster, and you've had to leave from the trailing post, and for a couple of efforts back to back, I think there's no question where she's going to try to go, and that's down the road. This field looks like one. She was a horse that I was kind of surprised how well she took to the transition from the lifetime non-winners classes to the non-winners of the last 3 classes. Not always easy for horses to do. She did so with flying colors, and really, took it to some nice horses. But if you go down to that bottom, line of the program, you'll see she got beat by a pretty handy margin to Last Shot. But that version of Last Shot is not one we've seen, Sugar, in some time. So it really depends on, as the time away after that vet scratch sick, was she able to kind of get back on track? Is she healthy now? Is she ready to roll? She looks good on the track right now. Because there was a point in time where this race would be a walkover for Last Shot.
It would be very easy. If she would show up with her A game tonight, she would be very tough to go against. And how about our upset specialist, right, showing up in the 9th with Panting for Treasure?
Yeah, and it certainly, looks like he had his choice too. And I know, I'm going to get those messages to say, hey, hang on a second here. Sometimes, you got to go with the driver, the direction they go in off a qualifier, especially, something that we can't really gauge that well, that the driver probably has a better idea of. I honestly thought Cheddar's Delight was going to win that race the way it panned out. but Penning for Treasure out of the pocket, like you said, upset specialist Garrett Rooney. I mean, that's a big number on that horse, and certainly made these multis go from paying very little to some big numbers out there now.
For sure. You mentioned driver choice. We saw that back in the third. Scott Ray had been driving Zach to the max forever. The Stonebridge Zeus comes in from Woodbine Mohawk Park. Scott Ray goes there and wins at a price.
Yeah. You know what's funny about that? When I saw Scott Ray getting up there, I thought it was Zach to the max in my head because he was in the race and he always drives him. You know what I mean? Like you just associate it with that.
That's right.
When a driver makes a decision like that, you've got to factor that into your capping. I did in the last race, and listen, I'm certainly eating some crow for that.
All righty. It's the finale coming up. Trotters, final thoughts. What's the price look like on one last shot, 3-2?
3-2. I think you're getting the better number than Rose Run. Why not? I'd have to lean in that direction of those two. Basically, better price for me. I go to last shot. Who's taking a lot of support? Lucky Rascal. He's a huge number in the multis. I thought he'd be a bigger price on the board. 7-1, but taking support throughout Sugar.
Always a pleasure with you on Tuesday evening, Robert. Enjoy the Masters on Sunday.
You as well, sir. Can't wait for next week.
Here we go. It's our trotting finale. 6 on gate plus the trailer here for the exactor try. High five. They're an eighth of a mile from the start. It's even money for 3. Rose Run. Why not? A 16th out. Here they come. They're off. Let's Take to the Sky. And Super T with Early Speed. Those two are first and second off the car. Let's Take to the Sky along the inside to cut it out. It's going to be Super T diving for the pocket. Rose Run, Why Not? Settles in for third. A midfield fourth for Last Shot, who's minding her manners here in the early going. Trotting from fifth is Junior. Next in line, 6 Dominum Deo, the earliest trailer. Lucky Rascal, opening quarter mile leader. Let's Take to the Sky, 28-3. Quick clip for this 8-1 value player for Anthony Hahn. Second best, Extreme Long Shot, Super T at 25-1 in for the trip. Rose Run, Why Not? Closed up as a heavy 3-5 hitter in this one. Trotting from fourth is Last Shot. Still in fifth is Junior. Then we go back to Dominum Deo and a trailer. Lucky Rascal gets underway. 59-1 halftime for the returning. Let's Take to the Sky. Super T continues to follow along. The uncovered Rose Run, Why Not? There she goes. Rose Run, Why Not? Now in play. Trying to catch up to the covers. Last Shot, saving ground. Junior. Back markers continuing to be Lucky Rascal and Dominum Deo. Pairing up on now towards 3/4. Let's Take to the Sky. Still going forward here. The long shot Super T battles on for second against Rose Run, Why Not? Ray just pulled the plugs. Out there in fourth. Last Shot, fifth and in for Junior. Then Lucky Rascal, Dominum Deo getting away from them. Let's Take to the Sky. Let's Take to the Sky now on top by 3 full lengths. Super T fighting on for the deuce against Rose Why Not? Up on the wide side. Last Shot closing in. Last Shot. Let's Take to the Sky. Last Shot appeared to be second against Rose Run, Why Not? Lucky Rascal from last. In for fourth, it was 2:01-1. Unofficial winner here, number 2. Let's Take to the Sky at a juicy 8-1. 2, 1, 3, 6, and 8. The winning high five combination. For a winner's circle photo, let's take to the sky. This 5-year-old make it 6-year-old daughter of Wheeling and Dealing out of My Wife Patsy by the press. For owners, breeders, Dave and Ben Holiday, Dave Trading, Anthony Hahn on board for this season debut victory. The mare, now a 7-time winner, of course, her first victory of 2023. It comes in London, a trip tonight, 2:01-1. Let's Take to the Sky goes downtown for the holidays. Congratulations. Race 10 official, Last Shot was second. Let's Take to the Sky won it. Rose Run, Why Not third. Dominum Deo 7. Super T 6. A Lucky Rascal fourth. The 7 and Scratch Junior fifth. 28-3, 59-1. 129-3. A mile of 2-1-1 mapped out by Anthony Hahn. Aboard Let's Take to the Sky. From the top, a 2-1-3, 7-6. 4 Scratch 5. 18 even on the win price. Exactor 48 even, dollar try 47.05. The high five 20 center 138.52. Late double 348 even. Pick 3 20 center 173. Dollar pick 4 just shy of $2,600, and the pick 5 20-cent payout just shy of $1,200. And that's going to do it for the live action in London. We're coming back tomorrow evening, Wednesday, 5:50 start time. Thanking you for joining us tonight from the Eye in London. Scott Sugar. Have yourself a great night.